I was in Philippines on Palawan Island, and they're doing a lot of road construction. And in the roads there, because there's so much rain, they use powdered gypsum, which is a mineral. It's just very toxic. It's 5 times more toxic than sulfur, and very drying. And these vans, I was early in the morning. I was going all the way down to the end of the island on a motorbike, 100 cc's, 125 cc's. It's a small thing. And when the traffic started coming the other direction, they're going like 100 kilometers an hour on non-paved roads. In construction areas where you got half of a paved road, gravel and gypsum all the way down. And they don't care about people on motorcycles. So the first one that came by me knocked me right off the bike, and I hit the gravel and gypsum. And then I went to get some honey, to do my regular thing of coconut cream and honey on it. And this woman sold me a mixture, which she called honey, of sugar water and all kinds of stuff. So I started putting on there all this infection and festering. It usually doesn't happen. So I did 9 days of that before I realized it was that. So I went to, found somebody who was a beekeeper and got actual honey, and 24 hours later it was a little bit better. But that was only 3 days ago, so I'm still dealing with, all this right here. At least that healed within 24 hours of putting honey on it. But these were completely skinless there, so. But this big area where I kept putting the false honey on it, the sugar water, the major difference, between sugar water and honey, real honey. So I'm going to be sitting more this time, for those who have been here before. Okay, my name is Aajonus Vonderplanitz. I got into health because I was so sickly. I was born sickly into a violent household. And I had a brother who was 18 months older than I and never forgave me for taking mother's attention away from him in a moment while he was still in diapers. And he used to push me on anything rusty because my mother was a nurse and she panicked. She saw, my mother in all of her career only saw one person with lockjaw. Yet she was so terrified of lockjaw that any time any of us got scraped with something rusty, we were, taken off to the doctor and given tetanus shots. Tetanus shot is a vaccine that's highly toxic. It has liquid mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde, ether, and detergent. That's 5 of the 50 to 63 ingredients. They call a lot of stuff inert matter, and it's highly toxic matter, inert. All it means is that is the agent that they are calling in. Those are the agents that are inactive, that are not labeled active within, but they still have toxic effects. So I was getting all of these tetanus shots. By the time I was 18 months old, I had my 3rd tetanus shot. Went to my brain, the communication center, and I became autistic. Do you mind if I talk to your son a minute? Yellow guy, I have to talk to everybody, and if I'm having to listen to you, everybody gets disturbed. Okay? Okay? See if that helps. Sometimes it will, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so I became autistic at 18 months old. Unable to communicate, unable to understand language. I was 22 before I could spell the word "the" with comprehension, even know what it was. So by the time I turned 8, I had learned to parrot. So I would learn sound bites, and whatever I heard at home, and whatever phrases correlated with those particular sounds, I would kick back. And I was put in Catholic schools, and the nuns didn't like what they were hearing from me because I was throwing back, shut up, sit down, be quiet, you're stupid. I'm telling the nuns this because that's what I heard at home. Those are the only words that I heard at home. So I was constantly getting punished. And I didn't know what was going on. I didn't understand it. So By the time I was 12 years old, I was holding colds and flus 3 to 5 months a year. I was bedridden probably 3 to 4 months a year. I had an attack of peritonitis that was misdiagnosed as appendicitis. They went in to cut me open and remove the appendix, found it in good shape. They took it out anyway, even though it was good shape, just in case it caused me trouble in the future. That's the medical profession. That's the way they think. You know, they don't care if it has a purpose or not. They are going to do something to make money. They're going to butcher you. Doesn't have to make sense. And from my research with pancreases, it is a library that for the body that tells it how to deal with any foreign substance that enters the body, whether through a cut, ingested, inhaled, or through the skin, no matter what. So if you have an element registered in your pancreas, the body knows immediately what to do with it. If you do not, appendix. If you do not have an appendix, what happens? Your body has to re-register every time a new element comes into the body. 48 hours before your body may respond properly to that toxin or that foreign element that could do some damage in the body. If you have an appendix, you're talking 40 minutes. Your body's responding. That's a very beneficial thing, but the medical profession doesn't study it. You know why they don't study it? Purposely they don't study it, because every time you get an injection, every time you get medication, that chemical is stored in the appendix. If they analyze the appendix, do you know what you would find in it? More medical drugs than you would even biochemical activity that normally occurs within a human body. So they don't want anybody. Why? You've got an appendix that's been around for as long as humans have been around. That is the only unstudied. You will not find one study on the appendix for that reason. I've done about 32 studies on the appendix. Everyone showed a high rate of everything that's in a vaccine and any steroid. So it causes a lot of those to break because they get so full, the body keeps holding on to those toxins and the chemistry to deal with it, and sometimes it irritates the cell walls to where they get inflamed and then they rupture. The benefit of being on this diet is that everybody who's had a ruptured appendix on this diet, when the surgeon went in to remove the appendix, found big, thick, all over at least an inch thick of fat completely surrounding the appendix. So the bursted appendix fluid did not contaminate the body. It was all arrested in the fat. And the doctors took the appendix out anyway, even though it was healing. Because that's their modus operandi. So you have to configure what doctors do. Anytime you hear anything from a doctor, consider that only 1% of what they have to say has any validity. 1%. The rest is the exact opposite. And we'll get into everything as we move through the workshop. So they were injecting me every 2 to 4 hours with chemicals, several injections at a time. I was getting bloated, sore, sick, bruised, swollen. Some of the injection areas were as big as baseballs. A couple of them on my buttocks were as big as softballs. So after the fifth day, I just screamed. I wouldn't let them inject with me. I would knock the trays of hypodermics all the way across the room, so they stopped injecting me. I was out of the hospital in 24 hours. As soon as I stopped them I ripped the IV out and wouldn't let them give me any more medication. I was able to get out of the hospital in 24 hours. Not healthfully, but I was able to get out of the hospital. Within a few weeks of that, all of those chemicals took their effect. I got hugely fat. By the time I hit 15 and a half, I had my third polio vaccine. Within 10 days of that, I turned diabetic and angina pectoris. Angina pectoris are muscle spasms in and around the heart. So I was having up to 5 heart attacks a week. By the time I was 22 years old, I had 300 heart attacks. And only 50 of them put me unconscious, but I didn't die, because being autistic, you learn, because you're not always worried about what people think. You're just dealing with your own self, just trying to maintain yourself, and any abuse that's going on almost all the time, that I would just go limp when I'd have the muscle spasms. Most people, if they have muscle spasms in the heart, they'll tense up and get very rigid. And of course, like a Charlie horse, because that's what a heart attack is, it's a Charlie horse. It's a Charlie horse from some kind of chemical mixture that gets in and arrests the heart. So if you fight that, what happens if you fight a Charlie horse? It gets worse and worse and worse. When you relax and try to, gently rub it out, the circulation gets there and cleans those chemicals out that cause the irritation to the muscle, to cause it to cramp. So I was pretty aware of how to do that, because I was in constant pain throughout my life. I was chronically fatigued from probably the age of 8 years old. And I started smoking at 8 years old to give me energy. I started sneaking into the kitchen between 5 and 8 years old and stealing the cold coffee that was left in the kitchen and put that under my bed in a jar, and I would drink it in the morning to give me energy. Otherwise, I couldn't get out of the bed. So I was doing that every night by the time I was 8 years old, and just a few nights up until that age. And I found that it would help me move. Otherwise, I couldn't function. Again, the discipline was heavy. My mother, see that there was a condition that I had, but she didn't understand it. Who knew in the 40s and 50s, much about autism? And when I would go off into my stare, she would slap me on the back. My father would slap me on the head and say, "You look like an idiot. Stop that." I was an idiot. I was autistic. So I was not allowed to have the normal behavior of an autistic child. So I learned to mimic cool guys. James Dean was big in those days, so I learned to strike poses like him, all that stuff. So I looked like a cool guy and didn't have to comment, so I wouldn't get smacked around, because I'd be saying the wrong thing all the time. So all that went on all the way up until I turned 16, and then I met a girl who really liked me, loved me, and she was the second smartest girl in the school, and she loved an idiot. It was amazing, because what I had done was, watch TV a little bit, and I got to go to movies, so I would mimic the phrases that were said to women. So I knew what to say to a woman, although I didn't know what the hell I was saying, but I knew it worked. Women swooned over James Dean and Elvis Presley and stuff like this. So I would say these sound bites to me. I didn't know what they meant, but I knew it was complimentary to the women. So that's all my girlfriend knew about me, was just a few words. And those are the things I said to her. And then we got married when I was 16 years old. She was a year older than I, advanced in school. So we didn't have as much communication and time to be together, because she was a different grade than I, and she graduated before I did. But we got married when I was 16 years old. I was a sophomore in high school, and she was I was a junior in high school, and she was a senior in high school. And I had a baby my first week of my senior year in high school. And then we were living together, and then she realized she had married an idiot, And of course, I gave the same behavior as my brothers and my father did, which was, misogynistic and not nice, Those were the things I was saying to my wife. I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. And so that created a lot of rift in the relationship. She had a lot of post-birth problems. She didn't want me to touch her or anything, so the whole relationship changed, blew up. I became a severe alcoholic. I was drinking 11 cups of coffee in the day, smoking 2 packs of Lucky Strike non-filters in the day to keep me awake and going. And at night, I was so buzzed out, I had to consume a lot of alcohol to be able to sleep. So I'd go through a 5th of bourbon or a 5th of gin at night. You know, started a couple of beers and kept going until I had to drink an awful lot. The more coffee I drank, of course, the more I had to consume alcohol to relax and sleep. So by the time I was 19 years old, I was divorced, had an ulcer, spitting and vomiting blood. I got through school only because I picked the smartest, most sensitive girl in every class to sit next to so I could cheat and copy her hieroglyphs. And that's all it was to me because I couldn't comprehend language. I couldn't tell you what the word "the" meant. I couldn't tell you what any word those sound bites were. No comprehension whatsoever. So I got pretty good at, I would copy so well that my handwriting was like that person's that I was copying. And then a lot of times they said I cheated and took somebody else's paper because it was somebody else's handwriting. So I learned to alter a little bit, and sometimes there weren't even letters anymore. There were, the normal alphabetic letters. So it was quite a trip through school. My mother decided to take me to a tech school, a new tech school that opened in the early 60s called Cincinnati University of Technology, which was a computer programming institute. Computer programming was just now coming into the fore. And it was great because they gave no tests in comprehension or anything. It was just math, it was logic, and some physics. So I always did great in that. I didn't have to write out the formula. I could just write out the answer. So in schools, I was constantly accused of cheating because I didn't have any formula. I just had the problem and the answer. And a couple of times they put me into a room with papers, and I was just putting down the answers, and they realized they had an idiot savant in mathematics. So when I went to the school, I got the top grades of anybody out of those testings because they had nothing to do with language except for mathematics and logic. So I could write a program, and in like an hour, 2 hours, it would take them 6 months to a year to write flawlessly. So the professors there realized what they had, so they farmed me out. They had somebody who spoke well, who would write everything out for me except for the flow charts. I would write those in moments. And so they farmed me out to big trucking companies as a systems analyst, even IBM I worked for a while, and Carte Blanche Corporation. And I transferred out to California after the divorce. And I had an uncle who was matriculating for his doctorate in psychology. And because he was a psychologist, he was going to help. Put me in the LSD program at UCLA where he was matriculating, and, see if that could spur the brain to open. And, of course, I was immune to it. They gave me 720 micrograms, and I didn't even lift off. I was out of that program pretty quickly. But they tried other things, and nothing seemed to be able to touch that communication center in my brain. But I was making a lot of money as an idiot, and I had a 2-bedroom house in Beverly Hills, and doing pretty well. But I began spitting up blood heavily at about 20 years old, and a cup of blood at a time. So I went to the hospital, and they found a huge ulcer. So I was given Maalox, and I consumed bottles of the Maalox, sometimes a bottle a day. And what that is that's chalk. It's a clay base, and what it does is collect all the acids so you don't digest anything anymore. Sure, you don't bleed because you have no acid in there, and but that doesn't mean your ulcer will heal because you're not able to digest any foods to heal. So it's just like, it's the pharmaceutical industry. They don't want to cure anybody, they want to make money. So if they've got you diabetic your whole life, they make $1,200 a month. If they've got you on some medication, they're making hundreds of dollars a month. That's what they want. So it's all about. It's not really the doctor's fault. The pharmaceutical industry, when they took over the medical industry with their funding and research, they began writing the manuals for doctors. So all the manuals, every manual that a doctor reads is written by a pharmaceutical company. Merck's is this thick. And guess what it favors? Medication. Medication. For life. Only in certain chemistry situations do you fall off. And most people can never reach that level because that drug makes sure that the level never drops. And it's chemistry made like that, just like the cigarette industry puts 42 elements to keep you addicted in their cigarettes. 42 elements are put in there out of 68 are there to keep you addicted to cigarettes. So the pharmaceutical industry is the same. They want you hooked. They want to make lots of money. So the Maalox didn't help. And what it did was it caused a tumor to grow right next to the ulcer. So he said, we got to go and cut that out before it chokes off your esophagus. And then you won't be able to eat. So they gave me a vagotomy pyloroplasty, which means they cut off all the vagus nerves to the stomach so I would never again secrete hydrochloric acid. What that meant was they put me in the category of octogenarian, people who do not secrete hydrochloric acid and can't digest protein for the rest of their lives. That's it, unless they're taking a hydrochloric acid supplement. And they also put those people who have that kind of condition in a category of seriously liable to have seriously deadly bacterial or parasitical invasion. So they say you cannot eat anything raw the rest of your life, not even an apple. Everything has to be steamed. So my uncle explained that to me. He went to the kitchen, said you can eat this, you can't eat that, went through the whole thing. And the incision, which is a small incision, long incision but narrow, became tumorous. So it got up to 1.5 inches wide, 3/4 of an inch high. And they said, we have to irradiate that to stop it from growing before you metastasize all over the body. So they gave me 10 weeks of intense radiation therapy. So bad that it cauterized my spine. Cauterized means it's burned it so badly that it's solidified. If you take clay, malleable clay, you fire it at cone 2, cone 4, low temperatures, you've got a solid mass. Cone 10, 12, you've got glass. So they cauterized my spine so badly from irradiating me from here to here, and they were going like this. So the radiation was reaching the top of my spine to the bottom of my spine, the tailbone. So my movement was like this, and painful, excruciating. It also gave me blood and bone cancer. Of course we know radiation does that. So I had multiple myeloma. So I went from an ulcer to cancer of the stomach, to blood and bone cancer, and then they said, we have to give you chemotherapy. You only have 1% chance of living, but at least we can keep you alive for maybe a month, 2 more, if we give you chemotherapy. And the chemotherapy, what is that? That's poison. You poison one cancer cell, and what do you poison? You poison about 2 billion healthy cells. How is that helpful? Well, we stopped the cancer. You killed the patient, but we stopped the cancer. It's the kind of attitude. It's pretty stupid. And how people buy it, I don't know. I was young and stupid and even autistic, so I've got an excuse. But all the other people who fall for it, I don't get it. Where's your logic? Doesn't make any sense. How can you poison the body and expect to get well? It's senseless. So I went through the chemotherapy for almost 3 months. My hair was gone, except for a few little patches of gray hair. I was completely paralyzed from the pectorals down, had to crawl on the floor like a worm because I was in so much pain in my spine, and from being sick, vomiting from the chemotherapy, diarrhea. I had to live on a hardwood floor because I couldn't live in a bed or the couch or anywhere else. So I was defecating and urinating and vomiting all over myself on the floor. Put me in a hospice. I was autistic. I wasn't going to go into an environment where I'm saying the wrong things around people who were dying, and me be ridiculed and upset and angry. So I stayed in the house, and 2 volunteers for the hospice came in 2 to 3 days a week. They shopped for me first, came in, prepared foods, and what they prepared for me were my favorite foods. We'd take powdered donuts, mix it with RC Cola or 7-Up, blend it together, because another thing that happened after the radiation therapy is that all the bone lost from my gums and teeth. So all my teeth dangled in my mouth. So if I bit down on my own teeth or tried to chew anything, I bled. I was getting 1 to 2 transfusions a week because of that. So everything I had to consume was liquid. So I used these big fat straws. And I would blend RC Cola, 7-Up with powdered donuts, Rice Krispies, and Coca-Cola or Pepsi-Cola. That's all I knew. I didn't know any other kind of a diet. So that was my diet. No wonder I was so sick. And let me tell you, when I got away from home, that's all I ate was cereals. And the acrylamides in cereals, which is the highest, as far as food goes, the highest cancer-inducing substance is anything that's high in acrylamides. And that's anything that's fried and high in carbohydrate. That's potato chips, cereals, French fries, breadings that you put on meats. Those are all highly cancer-inducing. So, and I was practically living on cancer-inducing substances. And then when I got the medical drugs, of course, that was the topper. It ensured I was going to get severe metastasis all over the body as long as I continued to let them poison me with medication. And one of the volunteers was just a kid, 18-year-old African-American boy, a singer for a Going Thing, the group called The Going Thing, worked for the Ford Motor Company, and went around talking about Ford and their Mach 1 and stuff like that, singing. 18-year-old boy, brilliant kid. He said, what you need to do is drink raw milk and carrot juice. I know what he's talking about. So he coaxed me into drinking the carrot juice and the raw milk. 10 days, my autism snapped off, or the communication center snapped on, whatever happened, and I was able to understand language. Within 10 days of eating the raw milk, I no longer took insulin. Do you know that the father of modern medicine, Hippocrates, used an all raw milk diet to reverse all diabetes, 6 to 10 weeks. All people ate was raw milk. Of course, the raw milk in those days was a little bit better than it is now. I've still been able to help most people cure their diabetes on just a raw milk diet, but not the severely impaired pancreases. It's taken meat and pancreas tissue to do that. But here I was starting to get better from drinking this carrot juice and raw milk. But I tell you, the only reason I drank it was because after radiation chemotherapy, everything tasted like cardboard as postage stamps. Everything was revolting and repulsive. Even my favorite 7-Up. had no flavor to it. Everything else had a bad taste. So when I drank the carrot juice, it was tasty and alive. The raw milk was creamy and delicious. So I was drinking a lot of that stuff. So I was gradually getting better. And it took a long time for me to get well, but I was doing it gradually by eating that way. When that autism clicked off, I said, nutrition, that's what it is. I mean, the day that I woke up, I said, oh, noun, verb, preposition, conjunction. Oh, that's what it's all about. Of course, I had very little vocabulary, and the vocabulary I had, I didn't really understand. I knew the word ludicrous, one of my favorite words. If you asked me what it meant, I don't have a clue. Didn't have a clue what it meant. But I loved the sound of the word, and it made people laugh. So I loved that word. I used it a lot. People thought I was maybe intelligent. But I didn't have a clue. So I spent weeks and more time in a dictionary than I did reading anything else. But that morning I called Steve, the fellow who got me into the nutrition, and I said, Steve, I'm about to be evicted from the house. I don't have any more money. And he's listening like maybe somebody's playing a joke on him, because this autistic guy speaking fluently and articulately. And I said, I would like to borrow some money from you, and could you get a wheelchair and take me to a bookstore and show me what I need, the books I need to learn nutrition. And he said, okay. So he took me to, he got a wheelchair and took me to the Bodhi Tree bookstore in Los Angeles. And I got $110 worth of books. In 1969, that was a lot of books, because you could buy a paperback for 25 cents. A big, thick, important book. Paperback would be like 99 cents maximum. Hardback books were anywhere from $1 to $1.99. So I got a lot of books on nutrition. And the first book I got was, or read, my uncle told me to read it. It was called Siddhartha. He sure said, you're a diehard Republican asshole because you mimic your father and your brothers. He says, you have to understand there's other behavior out there. So get this little thin book called Siddhartha, which is about this kid who grows up in an affluent family, becomes a whoremonger, or a rapist, or murderer, goes through all these challenges in his life, and becomes a spiritual teacher, a guru at the end. I mean, it was unheard of, all this stuff. Every saint that I know was just the opposite of a saint. Every priest beat the hell out of me. Every nun I don't know anybody more violent than the nuns and the priests when I was a child. They didn't take time to understand that I had a problem. They just beat the hell out of me. I mean, I had several nuns who would take a comb, and the teeth end of it would smack me so I'd bleed in spots. And it was very painful and stung for hours. In fact, it would sting for days if it got infected. And I was so sickly, often got infected. And my mother would never do anything about it because they were nuns. So I grew up with no respect for any priest or any nun. None whatsoever. I didn't grow up with any respect for religion. But when I read this, it showed me that the person is responsible for their spirituality. A person can be anything they want to be. And they can be everything and still come back and be a good person. So there is all this expansive behavior and psychology that I had no way of knowing about because I didn't have any experience. So that whole book was like 90 pages, and it took me over a week to read because I was in the dictionary more I was in the book. I had to look up definitions of words in the definitions to understand the definitions. So it was pretty maddening for that first week. And of course it went on for the whole year that way. But after everything that I read, everything contradicted everything else. Eat this, no, don't eat that because it causes this problem. No, don't eat that because it causes that problem. So then you don't want to eat anything. But I knew that the raw milk and raw carrot juice were working. So I leaned all over toward the raw food side. And I had raw dairy. I got a nutritionist who tutored me for 3.5 years. He's probably one of the smartest nutritionists in the world. He favored 70 to 75% raw diet. He was Italian and had a weight problem, so he had a little problem against the fat. He didn't eat enough fat to be fat. It was that damn noodles he ate all the time and spaghetti. So his body was making this acetone from this carbohydrates, and that was his fat problem because you can't burn that acetate easily. So I would consume, in the closet, I'd be consuming, a whole cup to 2 cups of raw cream a day, and eating a stick of butter a day, because he'd freak out. And after 3.5 years, I was getting better because I was doing all that fat in the closet and getting better and better. And when I didn't do it, I would remain the same or go downhill. So I left him. I left society altogether, 27 years old. Still a lot of back pain and problems, taking me back after the radiation therapy. I was pretty much an invalid for almost 2.5 years from the pain. The only time I had relief and the only time I could sleep more than 10 minutes was if I got into a hot bath with lots of Epsom salt or sea salt in the water with some milk that made my body buoyant. And I had a big old clawfoot tub, so they were very deep, so I could fill it high, and because it was cast iron, it held the heat longer, so I could go 20-40 minutes and without the water getting too cold. I could keep it regulated, and I found that when my body was buoyant, there was no pressure on the back, and the pain was relieved. Relatively relieved. It didn't bother me. I mean, the normal person it would bother, but if you've been in such severe pain, mild pain seems insignificant. So I would sleep in the bathtub for an hour and a half, 2 hours at a time, wake up freezing to death. And how can you be cold in California? You can. It gets cold in California. There's lots of mountains around Los Angeles that bring snow and rain and cold in. So I would still get very cold. I'd let some water out, 3-4 inches of water, scalding water, let it heat up again. I'd go back to sleep, so I could sleep 8 to 12 hours a day in the bath, whereas I were out of the tub, in bed, or on the floor, 10 minutes at a time, 20 minutes maximum I could sleep and wake up in excruciating pain. So that allowed, when I figured that out after a year, I was able to sleep better and heal better, of course, eating the carrot juice and the raw milk. So at 27, I had gained enough health that I only had to do yoga about 2 hours a day to keep my spine from being in constant pain, because it was still cauterized. It was still damaged from that radiation. It's like taking a cup that you fired, and it's hard, and imagining it becomes soft and malleable again. Won't happen, because that's not a live thing. But the body is alive and can replace bone cells, but bone cells live 7 to 7.5 years. So it takes a long time to replace every bone cell. And if you've got that kind of damage and blocked circulation, of course, it takes a long time to relieve it. So I probably went 26 years with a lot of back pain and had to keep on top of it with yoga and stretching exercises. So I got on a bicycle, a Ligier touring bike, and saddlebags full of biochemistry, physiology, and anatomy books. And was going to live with animals and tribes to find out the real way of healing, because I knew I wasn't going to find it in our society full of schools with people who come from schools that have no frickin' experience and no wisdom, teaching everybody the same thing, which has been what? Accepted by people who've been trained by the medical profession. Those are the only things that are accepted as credible information in nutrition. So everything you learn about in school in nutrition is absolutely hogwash. You won't find one truth in it, except there are 22 amino acids. And that's it. That's all you'll get that's fact. And that doesn't give you any information. What they do is they say, oh, this vitamin is necessary, take a supplement. Guess what? Supplements are drugs. They have to be separate. If they're separated from food, guess what they separate them with? Heat, magnetic fields, or kerosene. But kerosine's natural. Wouldn't anybody soak their food in kerosene for 30 minutes and rinse it off and eat it? That's basically what happens when you have a natural vitamin. It's been treated with kerosene to extract and separate the elements so that they can sell it as supplements. Then they put this inert material in it so you look like you have something. If you're taking, let's say, 100 units of vitamin E, it doesn't even fit on, it's the pin tip of a pin tip will hold about probably 600,000 units of vitamin E. So that 100 unit vitamin E, that's your capsule that you're taking, less than 0.001% of that is the vitamin E. What is the other substances in that? What is the other substance in all of this pill that you're taking that you get to see a pill? Because very little of it is the active ingredient. So it's all chemicals. It's all, I don't care if it's somebody who says, oh, we do it all natural. That's because the people who make those companies are not chemists. If they were chemists, they know that it was all bullshit. Because when you make a substance, even from natural, you have to extract it. You have to find the food first and extract it. So if they're growing fields of food just for that element, do you know how much and extracted only that and used only completely natural substances and extracting? You'd be paying $1,000 for 100 units of vitamin E. So what these chemical companies do, a person who says, I want to make a good vitamin. So they go to what? They go to a chemistry house. And in the chemistry house, they say, oh, we can make that all natural. We'll use kerosene. They don't say they use kerosene. They say we'll use a natural solvent, which is a kerosene derivative. They'll use all naturals. They'll not use any chemicals in the process. And what does the chemical company do to get their source of ingredients? They go to Kellogg's, they go to General Foods, get their waste food, extract the stuff out of it. The food's already been treated with chemicals. But this chemical company won't add any. They won't treat it anyway with the chemicals. But it's already got the contamination in it. It's already heavily processed. So these supplements, it's a scam business just like the pharmaceutical companies. Don't fall for it. It is a waste of your money. Sure, it feels good. Poisoning the body rushes adrenaline. And that's the high you're getting. You may as well take cocaine. Because they're almost as harmful as cocaine. And if you take a look at the people who've taken high amounts of it, like Diane Cannon, you'll see what it did to them psychologically and physically in their life. Damaged that poor woman for 25 years. And I tried to talk her out of it when she used to come into the health food store. Tried to talk her out of buying them. No, made her skin rich and beautiful. And guess where most of your vitamin E comes from? Fuji and Kodak developing process. Chemicals. They would spend hundreds of millions a year to can that stuff in stainless steel vaults or stainless steel barrels in 12-inch thick concrete wall graves. Very expensive. Everybody was using chemical solutions to develop. Now we have digital. So it's gone way off and we don't have that kind of pollution as we did, 10 years ago. with all the developing processes. But still there's developing fluid. When you go have prints made, there's that developing fluid still in those machines. So one of the scientists finally came up with a solution. He found that the chemical waste from developing had the structure 73% of tocopherol, vitamin E. Vitamin E is D-alpha tocopherol. So they called it tocopherol and decided to sell it people to eat. So it's a solvent. So what it did to Diane Cannon, all those people who ate all that vitamin E, it made their skin translucent, very thin. It started dissolving their connective tissue in their brains. They started having psychological problems. People were taking mass amounts. It is a solvent. It is a chemical. Even in the natural ones, you may have 5 units of vitamin E that's from corn or soy. It's still toxic because of the process. They can use kerosene to separate it. Then your other 95 units comes from Fuji and Kodak. Don't get into the scam. It's terrible. So I found myself bicycling all over the United States, 5 times on my bicycle across the United States, up and lower, all the way down to Yucatan, live with the Mayans down there, live with the Yaqui in northern Mexico, the Sioux in the Dakotas, and then the Inuit in Alaska. 2.5 years. The last of that I was in Alaska with the Inuit. And I had moved from a raw lacto-ovo diet to a fruitarian diet. So I was eating all raw fruits mainly, lots of avocados and lots of nuts. And I'd still wake up after eating 7 pounds of nuts a day and 9, 10 avocados, another 1/4 pound lighter. So after 2.5 years being outdoors in the elements doing that, I got pretty thin again and started having massive bone joint problems. The multiple myeloma, the cancer of blood and bone, was surging again. So I was pretty weak. The Eskimos, this was late August and early September when I was in Alaska with the Eskimos. And all the Indian tribes, every one of them had told me to eat raw meat. Now, the reason I didn't go for raw meat, I didn't make that transition with raw like I did with all other foods, was because after the surgery, if I ate cooked meat, I broke out in these huge pustulations. And I mean very painful from my forehead all the way to my knees. So I was terrified of eating meat. And raw meat, I had the surgery and the idea of bacterial food poisoning, parasitical food poisoning killing me was in my mind. So I just didn't make that transition. So here with the Eskimos, I was getting ready to leave, even though it was, still warm. It was Indian summer there. But still at nights it was getting down to 50 and 40 degrees. And I was be completely crippled at 49 degrees in pain in my joints and bones. So I had to go to a warmer place. But one day, as I was preparing to leave, they dug out of the ground this hide, unwrapped the hide, and they had this green, black, patinaed, white, moldy substance that stunk terribly. I mean, it was so foul-smelling. Everybody, all the Eskimos, even the kids, are smelling it and getting excited and happy. And I'm about to puke. It stunk so badly. And they reburied it. They rewrapped it and reburied it because it didn't stink enough. It didn't stink a half mile downwind. So 5 days later, they uncovered it again. I was prepared to leave the next day. And they uncovered this stuff. The stench was so bad, if I got within 5 feet of that stench, I was choking, ready to vomit. So they said, that it was aged caribou with some, I think it was seal blubber. and wrapped together and fermented under the ground, allowed to mold. And I didn't believe him because my understanding of meats was either worms ate it or it turned into jerky, and that's the way it goes, or ants ate it, something like that. So to see it mold like leaves and compost do, I didn't believe it. Don't know why. Gangrene is a fungus in animal tissue. My mind just didn't put those two together for some reason at the time. So I didn't believe them. I just thought they were trying to hurt this white boy. Let's get the white boy. So they're trying to get me to eat raw meat, all these tribes. But I ate some of that. I ate about a ping pong ball, golf ball size amount of that stuff, because I thought it was an herbal mixture, and they kept coaxing me on it. The kids danced around like it was cotton candy. Stunk so bad. I had to put 2 cotton balls up my nose with musk oil in it, just so I wouldn't vomit, so I could get it in my mouth. It was very tender, like chocolate, just melted in the mouth, because the fungus had completely dissolved it, pre-digested it. So, and they would eat this because they'd go through a whole winter without bacteria because everything was frozen. I mean, when they were fishing, they'd pull a fish out of the ground. By the time they got to their mouth, it was already a popsicle. That's how cold it was. Can you imagine living like that? How many of you would let your babies that are a few days old crawl around naked on an igloo floor? You'd probably freaking panic. Everyone, my baby's going to get pneumonia and die, And these little babies are rolling around, on an igloo ice floor. That's health. And they only ate raw foods. The primitive ones that I was staying with, they only ate raw everything, raw meats. The seal meat was black and tasted like cooked, burnt sirloin, and the fat was so tasty, incredible. And I could eat like a pound of like sirloin meat and be energized for a day. With the seal, I could eat a quarter to a half a cup of it and have just as much energy, which is like a fourth of what I could eat of regular meat. So they're eating very concentrated, strong foods. So the Eskimos are incredibly healthy. So I stayed for a couple of more days after the golf ball size of stuff, because what happened was the next morning after I had eaten it, I was able to get out of the sleeping bag with the sun beating on my sleeping bag for only 45 minutes. The day before and for weeks before that, the sun had to beat on the sleeping bag for 2 hours. Then I'd get out of the sleeping bag butt naked and lie in the sun for like 10, 20 minutes before I could actually move without pain or severe pain. After that rotten stuff, I was able to get out of the sleeping bag in 45 minutes, lie in the sun 5-10 minutes, naked, and I was able to function okay. So I went back to the chief and I tried to get him to give me that herbal formula, and he said, no, it's caribou and blubber. And I said, well, I'm not going to tell the white boy, not going to give the white boy the truth, not going to give him the secrets. So I was pretty sick, still very weak. So rather than bicycling most of the way, I hopped freight trains, bungee corded my bike against the sidecar, and hung a hammock across the open doors, and rode trains all the way down to Southern California, where I decided that I'm not going to suffer the blood and bone cancer again. I'm just going to go ahead and die. So I was going to fast myself to death and just drink water till I died. That could be anywhere from 45, 60 days. So I went to an old Indian burial ground in Southern California near Palm Springs, below Palm Springs and Coachella, and thermal area, and started fasting. Coyotes lived up in the canyon. They'd come down every night, midnight, wake me, play this little game. And after about 2 weeks, not quite 2 weeks, I was able to sense, as they were passing down the wash around my campsite, how many of them were. So the next night, they hunted a jackrabbit and gave it to me, put it on my feet, ripped open for me, and warm and squishy and bleeding. And well, another reason that I became a vegetarian is because I loved animals, not the human animal, but all other animals, and I wanted to be compassionate. So here the Easter bunny was on my feet, warm and squishy and all this, and the friendly coyotes had given him to me. And I looked at that and said, no, I'm not going to do this. All of a sudden, this dialogue that an uncle had had with my brothers and cousins, his sons, they were going rabbit hunting, went through my brain, my mind, my consciousness. And my uncle was explaining, of course I was autistic at the time, I was so sickly, I was not allowed to play with boys. I was home with my mother learning sewing and baking and stuff like that, stuff that didn't take physical energy. So, but I listened to this dialogue that my brothers and cousins were getting instructions that if you killed a rabbit, because they were going rabbit hunting, they had to cook it thoroughly till it was dark inside. There could be no pink anywhere, because if they didn't, wild rabbits contain an organism that will completely take over the digestive tract and kill you within 48 hours very painfully. So I thought, the coyotes want to help me die quickly instead of fasting for so long. So I thought, okay, I'll do that. I can do that. I can handle pain for 48 hours. If you've been through the pain that I've been through in my life, 48 hours of pain till the end is an easy, quick path. So I picked up the rabbit and started eating a little bit of it and came right back up. Squishy, raw meat, yuck. So it wasn't like the Eskimo stuff, just melt in my mouth and easily swallowed. This was raw, good strong meat, probably a year-old jackrabbit. So I sat myself down and I psyched myself into it. I went back to the dinner table that I grew up around. My parents were sticklers. You had to eat everything on your plate. And cooked vegetables would make me projectile vomit. I could hit you with peas. If it was given cooked broccoli, asparagus, I could hit that wall. It was that bad. My body was not going to handle cooked vegetables. But my parents said, oh, yes, you are. Just like being autistic. You're not going to look autistic even though you are. And you're going to eat those vegetables even though you can't. So they forced me to sit anywhere from 45 minutes to 2 hours every night to consume my vegetables. So what I'd have to do is just consume like a half a teaspoon of vegetables at a time, completely cut off my taste buds, mash it, take about a half a teaspoon of milk, because I was only allowed 1 glass of milk, and I would wash it down. The trick was preventing the vomiting. So I go 3-4 minutes between bites, holding it down, preventing me from vomiting, because if I vomited, my parents would come on, put that much more vegetables that I vomited on the plate. So I had to eat them every night. So with this rabbit, I did the same thing. Okay, I'm going to psych myself into this. I'm going to eat a little bit at a time and get through it. After about 10 or 15 bites, it became delicious. So I started consuming massive amounts, big bites, and chewing it very little and swallowing it. I ate about 3.5 pounds of a 7-pound jackrabbit. Coyotes shared the rest. I went back to my campsite to die, and I was dying. I knew I was dying because I felt good. I never felt that good in my life, except when I was on near-death experiences. I had 2 near-death experiences on the operating tables when I died, and they had to revive me, and one on a recreational drug trip where I had to revive. So when I was in those near-death states, I left the body and there was no pain. I felt good. So that's what it was like after that rabbit. So I was going back to my campsite, knew I was dying, got in my sleeping bag, I was going to go through the tunnel of light and go to the other side. I woke in the morning, I'm still in my sleeping bag. But I only had to spend, and we're talking about November, and it's cold, pretty cold by this time. In the desert at night, it gets down to freezing. So I was able to get out of my sleeping bag with the sun beating on it for only 45 minutes, 10 minutes naked in the sun, and I was functional. So I waited 2 days, no intestinal cramps, no diarrhea, no pain, felt good, strong. 3 days went by, still no change except that I felt better than I had ever had in my life. So I said, the Indians were telling me the truth the whole time, raw meat. So I started killing little animals, scorpions, birds, anything I could eat out there, snakes. And there wasn't enough food, so I went around, bicycled to the farmers around, and made deals to shovel manure, milk cows, goats, anything in exchange for dairy, raw chickens, eggs, fish, whatever I could get, meats. And within 2.5 months, I gained 50 pounds. I looked like a scaled-down Arnold Schwarzenegger. From this skinny 98-pound person to 145 pounds, 148 pounds. So I felt pretty good. So I went back to Los Angeles to spread the word. Raw meat is the answer. And they all said, are you out of your mind? You're going to get a brain fluke. You'll be an idiot. I said, I've been there and done that. This is the only thing that makes me feel good. So I'm going to continue doing it. So I did. I ate raw meat 3 days a week. Everything else I ate was raw. I completely turned raw in February of 72. This was 77, actually went December of 76 when I went back to Los Angeles. And continued eating the raw meats, whether it was fish or chicken or pork or whatever, beef. And for 3 years, people were telling me, you're going to get a fluke, you're going to get a brain fluke. It took me 3 years to start worrying. Yeah, am I going to get one this time? I ate a poison mushroom. It gave me multiple myeloma. I mean, the blood cancer 3 times worse than I had it before, and very debilitated. So I had to start eating raw meat twice daily. It forced me to. The whole change was very different. It took me a long time, just like it took me about 12 years to get through all the cancers. Then I had to get through this, I ate the death cap mushroom, 15 times the amount that would kill somebody my size. So it took me another 11 and a half years to recover completely from that. But I began, a year and a half after the poison mushroom, I began eating raw meat on a daily basis, twice daily, because I just wasn't recovering from the poison mushroom fast enough. And it worked. It sped the whole process up. But every time after the poison mushroom, I became more fearful. It just destabilized my whole consciousness, my whole body. And I was worried every time I ate it, I'm going to get this brain fluke this time. 13 years went by, I never got one parasite. And I had eaten pinworms at one point after a long fast because I was so hungry. I came off of a fast. No stores were open. I went behind a fish joint in there to see if they had any throwaway fish. Sure they did. There were no lights back there. There was good chunks I could feel and see. I could develop pretty good night vision from living outdoors. So I could see this good, rich salmon. So I was eating it right near the garbage can there. I was so hungry. Got home, when I get home, unwrapped the rest of it, because I had wrapped up what I didn't eat, probably about a 3-pound section of salmon, and I ate about a pound there, and took the rest back home. It's undulating with pinworms, some of them this long. So I'd probably eaten, a couple 100,000 pinworm eggs, lots of pinworms. And I thought, oh shit, yeah, I'm in trouble. And this is before the poison mushroom. But I was thinking I'm pretty strong. So I had my feces and blood checked. about every week for 10 weeks, not one parasite. I didn't get one pinworm. My intestines or anywhere, in blood, anything. So, and even in once I had the fluid in my, just a little bit tapped in my vertebrae, upper vertebrae at the brain stem, just to check that I didn't have any kinds of signs of pinworms in my brain. And nothing. So after 13 years of consuming raw meat and never getting a parasite, now remember, they told me that I would definitely die if I ate any raw foods because I would be infected with parasites and bacteria after having that vagotomy. Here I went 13 years not even having one parasite. So I realized, wait a minute, there's something really wrong here. Where are these tests that prove if animals eat animal tissue, humans eat animal tissue, and dogs and cats, because they tell you, cook the meat for your dog or cat, or they're going to get parasites, they're going to get heartworms and ringworms and all kinds of things if they eat raw meat. Why? Because these companies that make cooked and processed dog and cat foods, you wouldn't be buying it from them and giving it to your cats and dogs, your pets. You'd be feeding them raw meat and they'd be very healthy. So I went to the universities, the main universities, looking for these tests that showed that animals who consume raw meat get parasites. Zero tests. None. It was a myth. It was a figment of their imagination. Oh, well, if we leave a piece of meat out, it will naturally get worms. Well, it must get worms in the body. And if you eat the worms, if you eat the raw meat, you're going to get parasites. You're going to get worms. Absolute hogwash. I don't know anybody out of 25,000 people that I know that regularly eat raw meat who've gotten a parasite from it. Absolute fiction. Maybe the medical profession doesn't want you to be healthy because then they don't make any money. Think about it. They would be broke if everybody were healthy. They wouldn't exist. Pharmaceutical industry wouldn't exist. Okay, so that's where I came to know what I know. Lots of experiments with food. So what I'm going to do now, we're going to take a break. And when we return, I'm going to do a workshop. And in the workshop, I'm going to explain how the human body works, so you'll never worry about it again, so you don't have to panic and run off to an MD or a hospital. Show you how foods work in the body, how to eat a good diet, a balanced diet, eat certain foods at certain times of the day so that you can be clearer and more focused and be more productive. And that'll take about 5 to 6 hours. And then I do many consults after that where I look at the mounds on the hands and the flesh and the skin and give you an analysis of how your body is functioning and will suggest foods for you. It isn't like my it'll take about 10 minutes per person. It isn't like my full analysis, which is about an hour and 10 minutes, where I photograph the irises, I do the mini consult in there, and I see all of the stuff that contaminates the body, what is not functioning in your body, why you're having the problems you're having, or the problems you're likely to have, and suggest a diet for you, how much to eat, what times of the day, and all of that. So that one is a little bit more intense. The mini consults are $40. And then the full consults are $375 for the first, follow-ups are $300. And that's the situation. I thank everybody for coming to the free lecture, and those that are staying to see be with me in the workshop, eat something, some good food here, and then rejoin us in about 15-20 minutes. Those who've already signed up for the workshop, you can go do that. Those who want to stay for the workshop and haven't signed up and paid, where's Sherry? See whomever over here. Are you going to handle it? Victoria? Okay, Victoria, then pay Victoria and she'll sign up. The human body, we have three circulatory systems: the blood, the lymphatic, and the neurological system. Now, the blood, its main purpose, red blood cells transport oxygen. That's what it is supposed to do, and the only thing the blood is supposed to do is to deliver oxygen, and the white blood cells remove carbon dioxide. If that's all the blood had to do, you'd have so much energy, you wouldn't know what to do with it. But the blood is now responsible for transporting nutrients to the system, fighting toxicity, controlling toxicity, neutralizing toxicity. In fact, the whole body is overloaded with stuff that it shouldn't be doing. So what does that do to you? It depletes you of living. Vital, healthy living. The lymphatic system is the one responsible for delivering nutrients to every cell in the body. It's also responsible for removing all the waste, neutralizing them, dumping them into the connective tissue to be perspired out of the body. Now, if you were on an all-raw diet all of your lives and never subjected to any kind of pollution, any secretion and excrement from your body would be non-toxic. It would be a good food for other creatures of the planet. But because we're so toxic, our secretions are very toxic. If you're on a raw diet, they're not. Some of it will be because you're detoxing all the time, but not normally. Take, for example, urine. Urine is the blood without a lot of red and white blood cells. The kidney's job is to manufacture ammonia so that when the blood passes through the kidney, the ammonia separates the red and white blood cells so that everything else passes, but not the red and white blood cells. Because if you did, every time if you passed fluid as blood, you'd be anemic every time you urinated. So the kidney's sole job is to separate red and white blood cells from the fluid. Then what is left? All the nutrients that's in the blood. That's a good thing. In India, because there's so many people are vegetarians, they drink their urine to recycle their proteins because they're vegetarians. Don't get enough protein. Very helpful. In fact, I wrote in my last newsletter that there is a new soda company which is bottling cow urine for India. It'll be the only soda that will be healthy. How they're going to disguise and eliminate the ammonia, I don't know. You know, there's going to be one soft drink out there in the world that will actually be healthy in India. So urine is not something you should be afraid of. I occasionally drink it when I'm overseas and can't get enough dairy. I will drink my urine maybe once a day. It will always be the urine following at least 6 hours after a meat meal. So I get a concentration of protein. As you can see, those people who've seen me before, I'm down about 12 pounds. Every time I go to Asia, I can't get enough dairy. So I lose a lot of weight. And I just returned on Wednesday. So I've had very little dairy in that time. Plus I had a motorcycle accident that's taken a lot of nutrients out of my body and strain. And that was just 2 weeks ago. So I do drink my urine once a day when I'm overseas and can't get enough dairy. And that's a good thing. It definitely lifts me, it keeps me cleaner, it keeps me feeling better. Still, when I'm over there not having accidents, I only sleep about 3 to 5 hours a day, like I do here, even though I don't have the dairy. I usually take enough butter to last me. This time I didn't. I was about 3 weeks short on butter this last time. Ate a little bit more butter than I usually do. A little bit more hiking. I did a lot of hiking in the mountains looking for property for a ranch, and a clinic, to build a clinic. So a lot of exercise this time, and I don't exercise. Usually my fingers running over my computer is my exercise. So when I get out there and exercise, my body's not used to it. I handle it well. I was even hiking after the day after the accident, because I had places to go, farms to see, land to see. But I always had to take off a day in between, only because of the accident. So urine is a good thing. Your neurological fluid, that's where your body utilizes a lot of metallic minerals. Metallic minerals conducts electricity and relays light. So most of your metallic minerals will be used in the nervous system and in the brain. If you cook your foods and you eat canned foods, of course your brain and nervous system are going to be very polluted with toxic metallic minerals that cause a lot of problems. Free radical problems, damage that cause irritation and damage to the nerves and the neurons, ganglia and the axon, all of those different channels. If it's aluminum destroys the zeta potential. The zeta potential is the fluid's ability to keep nutrients suspended. If you put liquid aluminum into an aquarium, what happens? Your fish hit the bottom and can no longer swim. In the brain and nervous system, the same thing happens. The synapse fires, and you've got aluminum in that fluid. The synapse doesn't rocket the information to the rest of the ganglia through the axons and the rest of the brain. It goes boom and sits in the dentra and in the veins and the arteries in between. So you wonder, oh, where did that thought go? It's usually aluminum causing that. If you completely have destroyed memories and you can't remember something at all and you've lost it forever, that's usually a mercury problem, because mercury dissolves neurons. And if you want to see the effects of that, put in Alberta University, neurons, mercury, and then you'll come up with a DVD, a time-lapse photography where they show neurons growing, and they add a 2% solution of thimerosal liquid mercury like they put in vaccines, and all of a sudden you see these neurons just disappearing, dissolving. And that's where brain cells go pretty quickly. So anytime you have a vaccine, anytime you have an injection, you can count on nerve and brain cells disappearing. And if there were memory stored with those cells, they're gone forever. I'm surprised I don't have more memory losses, because of all the vaccines that I had did destroy, parts of my communication center, but not my memory center. I was just fortunate there, except that I wasn't fortunate for being autistic, because the mercury did that. The neurological fluid does not transport anything but information normally. If we're very toxic, of course, the blood's going to dump some of the nutrients, or the lymph system, the lacteal system's going to dump some of the nutrients into the nerve fluid to deliver nutrients there, but it's not its job. That's the lymph gland's job. The lymph gland is so overloaded with toxicity that the lymph glands are rarely delivering nutrients to any cell anymore. They're strictly garbage collectors. And they have to neutralize the toxicity and then put it into the connective tissue to be perspired, or dump it into the bowels to be eliminated, or into the stomach to be vomited. Let's take the glandular system. If we were perfect on a good diet, all of those things would be simple, and we'd have tremendous amounts of energy. Because we have low energy because of the toxicity in the blood and the lymph and the neurological system, our endocrine glands are used when they shouldn't be. Endocrine glands are used in emergency situations. If the body's toxic, not getting enough proteins, the pituitary gland will secrete a lot of growth hormones, which are normally made and developed in each cell. But because we are so toxic, the cells are using their hormones to bind with toxicity. The greatest nutrient used to bind with toxicity are fats. Hormones are predominantly fat, almost 60%. So the body starts using hormones to bind with poisons instead of helping bodily functions, normal, healthy bodily functions. So what happens is the endocrine glands are always working. The thyroid gland is emergency purposes for the heart and the lungs. The thymus is the backup, because the lungs and the heart have to work no matter if you're waking or sleeping, relaxed or working, active. If they falter in functionality, the thyroid will send out quite a variety of thyroxines to help stimulating the nerves in the lungs and the heart, the muscles, the connective tissue, hormonal activity, all of that will remain functional. But again, these are just for emergency purposes. You've even got parathyroids here, 2 on each thyroid, to back up the thyroid in case something happens. If you're swinging from a tree and you fall and you hit the ground and lose your wind, the thyroid kicks in right away. Animals who are healthy, that's the only time, primates who are healthy, that's the only time the thyroid kicks in, is when there's a blow to the chest and it takes the wind away and respiration stops. Sometimes heart functions will stop. Heartbeats will stop. The thyroxine immediately gets into the blood and stimulates the breathing again and the heart palpitations. Otherwise, they may not start again. So they're a kickstart. The adrenal glands are for fight and flight. You get into a war, an army, a fight. Somebody's attacking you and you need to run instead of fight. That's what the adrenals are for. But we are so debilitated that our bodies are constantly dumping adrenaline into the system. 100 years ago, the medical profession had no validation for saying you don't have enough thyroxine in your body, you don't have enough estrogen. There was no hormonal market, because people weren't eating the junk and not exposed to the pollution that caused that kind of debilitation where you had to live on hormones. We are so toxic now that they now look for hormonal levels to determine whether you're healthy or not. That should not be. You should be only producing hormones in emergency situations. You should not have to rely upon hormones for physical activity. And those people who take thyroxines to have energy, that's a false way of producing energy. You're not eating a proper diet. The way you get energy is eating the proper fats, combination with protein and carbohydrates, so that you have the oxidation process of fats to use as fuel. And according to several good scientists of energy, the greatest energy produced is 80% fat, when the fat is from a true fat, not a fat made from a pyruvate, which is protein, or a carbohydrate. The acetates made from those, they do not they do not oxidize well to produce a strong amount of energy. If you're using pure fat, animal fat, even vegetable fat, but not as well, creates 2.5 times more energy than a carbohydrate acetate fat or a protein fat. So eating animal fats or fruit fats like coconut. Coconut is the ideal energy producer. 80% fat, 15% protein, 5% carbohydrate. And see that in the Asians. They eat only like 10-15% of their diet is meat, and yet they can go out in those fields and work all day because every one of them eats coconut. They drink coconut cream. They eat coconut cream with their meals, mix it with their meals, and it's predominant. I mean, I go there and I see, the manufacturing coconut cream, and they'll be manufacturing 5 gallons an hour. And like one restaurant will use, 3 to 5 gallons a day in their food produced. So that's where these Asians get that constant, incredible energy, even though they're eating all this rice, because they eat coconut. And you can see the Asians who don't work in the fields and don't eat that coconut cream, they don't have a lick of energy like those natives that work in the fields and eat the coconut cream. They eat lots of coconut cream with their meals. So fats are very, very important. And if your body's using them to deal with toxicity, you're not going to be using it as fuel. A lot of your hormones, even if you develop them, are going to be lost to bind with toxicity. So the cleaner you keep your diet, the purer you keep your diet, the more energy and functionality and healing that your body can do. A lot of people say, well, I take vitamins and supplements. Like I said in the introduction, the lecture part, they are toxic highs. They are not healthy highs. Take cocaine. It's the same thing. And probably not quite as harmful as cocaine, processed cocaine, but close, depending upon what the cocaine's been cut with. Just like depending on what the vitamin has been extracted with. Most often it's kerosene derivative. How many of you would drink a quarter cup of kerosene a day because it's natural? No hands. Gee. Think about it. Every time you take a supplement, kerosene residues in it. Actually gets in the tissue. Do you think that if you soak a peach in kerosene for 30 minutes and rinse it off, you're going to rinse off all the kerosene? No, it's going to be penetrating deep into that peach. So it does in every element that's extracted of a supplement. It's in the supplement. The kerosene is in the supplement. Dried, but it's still there. And what happens when it reactivates, when it becomes fluid again in the system? It's going to cause some damage. And what happens? Your body rushes with adrenaline. Why? Because there's lots of fat in adrenaline to bind with that poison. But it sure is a high, isn't it? But it's not a healthy high. It's a toxic high. I can slap you and produce adrenaline too. And you're going to be awake for sure. And you're going to have more energy. But is it healthy for me to slap you? Eat a good diet, you'll be balanced, you'll create good fats to have the energy, unless your body's going through detoxification and using all of your nutrients to bind with the poisons and arrest them and neutralize them. So we go down to the gonads. When do those get excited? There's a whole link to the nose. When there's a certain scent in the air, all of a sudden the gonads get excited and you get sexually stimulated. 90% of sexual stimulation comes from the nose. Your nose and your gonads are connected. Figure that one out. 2 different ends. 2 and 2. Whether the gonads or balls, testicles. So they're very connected, and that stimulates the gonads. But a lot of people will secrete a lot of extra testosterone and estrogen. Why? Because the body is so toxic it needs extra fats. So your body's using all this glandular energy-producing nutrients to handle the toxicity from our pollution, food pollution, air pollution, water pollution. Every pollution you can imagine, we're subjected to it. And look, we're still weak. We need heat and we need air conditioning. What's that all about? I go to Asia, and these Asians are going, oh, it's so hot. And I say, yeah, it feels so good. And when it's cold, it feels good to me too. When I was a child, I couldn't stand either. I couldn't be out in the sun 10 minutes without burning, and I would blister. If it dropped below 50 degrees, I would be shivering in pain. Cold. Now I love all of it. I can hike those mountains with the natives that mainly eat raw. Go through the jungles. Of course, it gets pretty exasperating sometimes, so I jump into a cool stream, a waterfall, and that cools me enough to take care of me. So I'm not quite as healthy as I want to be yet. According to Howell and Pottinger's work, with sick animals, it took 5 generations for them to become optimal. For 5 generations for us is about 37 to 40 years. So I count my progression on a perfect diet when I started eating raw meat twice daily, and that was in December of '82. So I have 26 years into my 40 years. I still have 14 years to go, and I'm very satisfied. But I can imagine what I'm going to be like after that 14 years is finished and all that toxicity is out of my body completely. I'll be very happy. I mean, here I am. I'm 62 years old, 1 week into 62 years old, 63rd year. And I'm very satisfied with my health. Even after a pretty serious de-skinning motorcycle accident, I'm still completely functional. I mean, I'm not dancing around like I usually am because of the pain in my leg, but I still have the energy to function. And most people at 62 years old would not be functioning after a motorcycle accident like that. And then trampling around in the mountains, and I mean, I was going up to the top of the mountains, and these were about 6,000 feet above sea level, very high mountains, and walking all the way up through the jungles, taking machetes, chopping, forging away through. So very strenuous all day long, from early morning till sundown. So doing pretty good, and I still have 14 years to go. So I'm very happy with that. So taking, when your body uses its energy to detox, you're not going to have the energy, and you have to accept that. Say, okay, body, let you rest, let you use all of your nutrients to bind with the poisons, and I won't do anything for a while. I'll just sleep and eat. And that's something you have to accept. 90% of the poisons leave through the skin. When the lymph system dumps its toxins, it'll take the waste products and the toxins. It'll use mostly fat fluids to dissolve those and neutralize them. Sometimes it'll have to use a lot of minerals to help neutralize them, a lot of alkalinizing minerals like phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium, and calcium. And it makes it a little harder and harder to dissolve, and then dumps it all into the connective tissue throughout the body to be perspired. If you don't perspire, you're in trouble. Take hot baths every day, 35, 40 minutes to perspire. Those hot baths need to be about 105 degrees, 106 degrees if you're a person who does not perspire, to force your body to perspire. Otherwise, you'll be a heavy candidate for lupus or MS. 90% of the people who have MS is caused by the lymphatic system dumping the poisons into the connective tissue and the nerves, and inability to discharge it with perspiration. The other 10% is caused from medical toxicity. Heavy metals in the drugs. All your heavy metals use drugs. I mean, all of drugs use heavy metals. Every drug out there uses heavy metals. Part of the inert ingredient. How inert is it? Not inert enough not to poison your body, but inert enough not to cause what they say the drug does for you. And most drugs only work by 20%. So, okay, so we've covered most of the endocrine glands. Let's take a look at the organs. First we have the liver. Now what does the liver do? They say the liver filters out toxins, does all this stuff. The liver has one job if you're healthy and eating properly. It manufactures bile for the body to be able to form 60 varieties of cholesterol. A third of them are to make you strong and healthy with good fuel. A third of them to help clean the body. And a third of them are help protect the body. If the liver isn't functioning properly, is overloaded with toxins and not able to build bile or good bile, you're going to have fat-related problems in your system, especially if you're eating toxic fats. You'll eat ice cream and never be satisfied. You're going to eat fats galore and never be satisfied. You're going to eat and eat and eat and eat and eat. Eating disorders. If that liver doesn't function properly. If the liver malfunctions, you could also be at the other end. Anorexic, inability to eat because you're so acidic, you're nauseous all the time because acidity dumps into the stomach. Then you get nauseous because your body has a tendency to want to vomit when all those poisons dump into the stomach. So then you have no appetite. Those are the two extremes of reactions or symptoms from a faulty or toxic liver. What does the liver do with a lot of excess bile? Stores it in the gallbladder. Gallbladder doesn't manufacture anything. The gallbladder is a storage area for bile. Well, why do we need an excessive amount of bile? Well, when we were cave people and hunters and gatherers as far back as 150 years ago, when you hunted and slaughtered an animal, you ate all the fat first. Why? Because every other animal will come up and eat it. Every child in your house will come up and eat it. You know, in a normal environment where good fresh foods are all that are available. All animals are fat deficient unless you have dairies. But dairies is a cultivated thing, agricultural addition. So you would eat tremendous amounts of fat. So you slaughtered a buffalo, and the whole tribe ate all of the fat within 2 days, 3 days. Each person would be eating 2 to 3 pounds of fat a day. Your liver can't manufacture that much bile in a 24-hour period. So the gallbladder has a reserve to handle about 25 pounds of fat. If your gallbladder is removed, guess what's going to happen if you eat ice cream? A lot of ice cream or a lot of anything that's fatty. You're going to have diarrhea because you won't digest it. You're only going to have enough bile that the liver has available for you, and that's if your liver is working. Otherwise, you're just going to have diarrhea.
Even if it's raw?
Even if it's raw. So a person who doesn't have a gallbladder has to eat little ice cream at a time, little amounts of fats all day long, or else you end up with diarrhea or vomiting, one or the other. But mostly it's diarrhea because it'll just pass through the body. Can't be digested, not enough bile. Then we have the pancreas. The pancreas 10,000 years ago was a very small organ. The more we cooked, the more we processed food, the bigger and the more carbohydrates we eat, the bigger the pancreas got. Now the pancreas is 2.5 times larger than it was 10,000 years ago, before every agriculture started of grains in Egypt and China. So the pancreas became an organ that would handle the enzymes and activity in the digestive tract, analyze how to reform it for your particular body, and then the process of digestion and rebuilding would happen properly. So the pancreas didn't have to work very hard. The more we put grains in the system and carbohydrates, potatoes, The pancreas had to work very hard because we don't have a digestive system that's built for high carbohydrate. And I'll get into that when I talk about the digestive tract, even though this is part of digestion. So then we have a spleen next to the pancreas. What does the spleen do? Spleen doesn't do anything, but it's a holder like the gallbladder. Only it holds red blood cells, not white blood cells, but red blood cells. If you have a very malfunctioning body and you're overproducing white blood cells, yes, white blood cells can get into the spleen and store there as well. But the spleen is mainly to reserve blood. Why would we need a reserve of red blood cells? Let's say if you were swinging from a tree, you hit a branch that cut your throat, and you lost 1.5 cups, 2 cups of blood, you would be anemic. You'd be dinner for a tiger or a lion or a dinosaur because you couldn't outrun them. You couldn't climb a tree. You'd be anemic. So that spleen's reserve of blood dumps it right back into the bloodstream. You're no longer anemic. And your body has time to build enough red blood cells to store again. Another thing that can happen is you get very overly heated, the spleen can withdraw up to 1 cup of red blood cells out of the bloodstream and thin it so you can be cool. If you're freezing cold, the spleen can dump up to 2 cups of red blood cells into the blood to thicken it so you stay warm. The body is an incredible organism if you treat it and feed it properly. The amount of energy and the amount of functionality and clarity that each person can have if they do a primal diet lifestyle is exceptional. Even if you've been to hell with disease and back, you can recoup. Takes time, doesn't happen overnight, it's a daily thing, but you don't have to deteriorate with age. You can get younger with age. I mean, I go to Thailand, Asia, all these places, and most people think I'm in my late 40s because of what I can do and how well I can do it and with what ease. And I don't exercise regularly. So I go there 1-2 times a year, and I do all this exercise, and I never get sore from it. I do get sore from accidents. I haven't got beyond that one yet. I'm not like the bulls in Africa where the Maasai, 3 months out of the year when the calves are sucking away a lot of the milk, they don't get their milk supply. The Maasai tribe, when they're not going through the drought that they've had for 7 years, they live on 75% milk, 75% milk, sometimes as low as 60 when calves are suckling. And during that time, because the milk supply is low, they bleed the bulls. They take a bamboo about this long and about this big around. They cut it down to a very sharp angle. They take these huge rubber slingshots and will shoot a bamboo shaft into the neck, into the jugular vein of a bull. And they cork it. And they take a bladder, a dried bladder from an animal, a treated bladder, they fill it with half milk and then fill it with half blood, and they shake it and drink it. And it tastes just like milkshake. It is absolutely delicious. It doesn't take anything like the heavy iron, bloody red blood cells that blood tastes like, if you've ever tasted blood. When you mix it with milk, it just tastes like milkshake. It becomes creamy and rich. So the point I was getting to was when those bulls are shot with that bamboo shaft, you see them down there, they're grazing. All of a sudden they get shot in the neck, they go like this, they go right back to grazing. I can't take an injury like that yet. You know, I will be in pain for a couple of hours maybe, like this one. If you put sugar water like I did and then chemicals, thinking it's honey, you know, then it really cause a problem. I was in a motorcycle accident 2.5 years ago. It was twice as bad as this one, and broke the tibia down the center all the way to the ankle, and broke the tibia top off and jammed it into the femur. And I didn't go for surgery or anything. More skin was gone then than now, and I had completely healed the skin in 10 days. Bandages were off in 12 with no signs of like this. This is 2 weeks and I still have signs because I was putting sugar water and chemicals on it for 9 days before I realized there wasn't really honey. So I've added a lot of toxicity to the wound, so I'm still dealing with that toxicity and that pain. Big difference. A lot of people will say, oh, put sugar water on a wound, it'll heal faster. Yeah, not on my body it won't. Irritated it and cause more pustulation. And I won't. Usually I'll put meat, like I was putting lime juice first, coconut cream, honey over that, and meat over that. Seals it right up because the meat acts as the skin, so underneath the skin can grow very fast and not have to worry about drying out from a scab. But now, because of that sugar water that I put in there, I'm letting it fester, letting the white blood cells remove all that stuff. Almost finished pussing. Probably in another day I can go back to the meat, the coconut cream, and the honey. Right now I'm just using coconut cream and aloe slices because it became a burn after using the sugar water. So I've got a big aloe leaf here strapped to that wound, as you can see. And I use a little bit of coconut cream underneath. You see, infections are almost ended. Underneath here in the center, it hasn't. But by tomorrow it will. And then I can go back to, like, say, that layering of meat, and this will be sealed up in 3 or 4 days. And people say, oh, you got to stop infection, you'll lose your leg. Hello? The white blood cells are delivering the toxicity out of the wound. That's the whole purpose. You want infection. If you're infecting, you are delivering the poisons out of the wound. You better have infection. But don't be putting sugar water and don't be taking antibiotics. Because if you're doing that, you're destroying your digestion. Then the nutrients that you deliver to the area are not going to be good, and your body's going to be using white blood cells to get rid of the food you're eating with all the fungus from the antibiotic. So yeah, you could lose your leg if you take antibiotic. You could lose any part of your body. You could keep festering. Just like as long as I was putting the sugar water on there, I was adding toxicity to the area. I not only was dealing with that very toxic gypsum, ground gypsum powder that got into the wound from the roadway, I was dealing with putting in the sugar water and whatever other chemicals were in there. So I have to let it fester. I have to let it remove itself. Otherwise, I'm going to have heavy scarring on that leg, and that leg is not going to function as well. I'm also going to lose a tremendous amount of feeling. I'm not going to do that. I want a leg that functions 100%. So you have to let infection occur. Infection's a good thing. The medical profession tells you everything backwards. They want you taking antibiotics. They want you festering and not healing because you're going to keep taking their ointments. You're going to keep using their bandages for 6 months, 7 months. They want that. They want the money. They don't care about what happens to you. Okay, so let's get down to the kidneys. Now the kidneys, I talked about that. They're a very simple process. They create ammonia to separate the red and white blood cells out of the urine. So that when you urinate, now if urine is non-toxic, why are we urinating? Because foods are 55 to 90% water when they're raw. Meat's 55% water. 45 to 55% water. Milk, 86% water. Fruits, 90 to 92% water. That's a lot of water if you're consuming a lot of food. So it's a way to release it. Why do we release it? So the body can be warm. What happens when the body can be warm? What happens when it gets cold? You urinate a lot to thicken the blood, especially if your spleen isn't working well and dumping enough red blood cells into the bloodstream. Or you're not able to feed an extra amount of red blood cells because you're on a poor diet. So the spleen's not going to dump more red blood cells into the blood. So you have to thicken the blood by getting rid of as much H2O out of your blood serum as possible. Also, guess what? You stop urinating when you get hot. Urinate very little because your body wants to thin the bloodstream so that you're cooler. Animals out in the wild pee very little, very little. The Aborigines, they don't drink water. Those still that are out in the tribes. They'll take branches and they'll break them off and drip the vegetable juice in. They'll take roots and they'll shred them and wring the vegetable juice, and they drink that. They may pee a tablespoon a day, 5 tablespoons maximum. They can travel 400 miles over a 2-day period on 1 cup of vegetable juice. Pretty impressive. Look how far we've gone from good health. We're lucky we can pick up our pens and write. Lucky we can get out of bed. And most people couldn't get out of bed if they didn't have their coffee or tea or Coca-Cola or soda. They wouldn't move from the breakfast table. They would just be exhausted. How many people eat some kind of tea or coffee here to help them function in the day? 90% of the people out there function that way. 90% of adults, even children, are taking soda pop for breakfast now to stimulate them because of the caffeine in it. Candy bars full of caffeine. A lot of things have caffeine in them now because industry knows you're all fatigued. And the only way you're going to have energy is to drug you with caffeine and nicotine and other stimulants. The adrenals, we talked about them to sit on top of the kidneys, so I won't go over those again. So that takes care of the glands and organs. Well, what about the digestive tract? Now, there's a lot of vegetarians say, we have the digestive tract of a primate and we're fruitarians. Okay, fruitarians, that means that we have to have an alkaline system to digest fruit because almost all fruit is alkalinizing unless it's a citrus. Even the subacid fruits like apples are more alkaline than they are acidic. So wait a minute, if we go into the mouth and we look at what we digest there, what do we produce in the salivary glands? One alkalinizing fluid only, and that's ptyalin. Only the horse has it. It's to handle some carbohydrates. Most of what's in the saliva is bacteria. We have more bacteria than dogs and cats. In several analyses that I saw, in a dog and cat, they had 16 to 1,800 bacteria per centimeter of saliva. In a human, 2,300 to 3,200 bacteria in that same amount of fluid. Pretty remarkable. Well, what do bacteria do? Bacteria eat things. Saliva bacteria eats what? It eats animal matter. That's the saliva we have. We have bacteria that digest animal matter. It isn't like a cow's cud where they're producing all of these enzymes and bacteria to digest vegetation. High carbohydrate, high cellulose. Our bacteria, and it's like I say in the book, if you want to make a good kefir for you, spit into your milk. Expectorate into your milk. You'll make a perfect kefir yogurt for you, because it's your digestive tract working on that food, and it knows how to address that milk, and that milk knows how to interact with it for what's deficient in your body. Take, for example, many years ago, there was a immunotherapy, they called it. They took the festering disease of children, the mucus, and they would rub it on the udder of a cow. Then they would take the milk on the next day from that cow and give it to that child or infant, and the particular problem that the child or the infant was having would disappear within hours. So we can do the same thing by expectorating into it, because that whole chemistry in the saliva addresses the whole makeup of how we digest food and what our bodies need. So as that goes down into the stomach, what do we find in the stomach? More bacteria. Campylobacter is a great part of it. Well, Campylobacter causes disease. Only in a laboratory, in a petri dish, in an environment where it doesn't belong, but in the human body it helps digestion. And you have a lot of hydrochloric acid. Again, what's hydrochloric acid for? It's to digest meat. Drop into a cow, goat stomach, They don't have all that hydrochloric acid. They have enzymes and digestive juices that break down cellulose, not meat and dairy. So then we go to the second part of the stomach, the duodenum, and what goes there? Bile. What does bile digest? Fat. What kind of fat? What kind of bile do we produce to digest animal fat? If we take the bile from a cow and put it in our system, guess what? It doesn't digest properly. If we take our bile and put it into a cow, guess what? It doesn't digest the vegetable oils properly. Then we go into the small intestines. What do we find? More hydrochloric acid in smaller amounts. We have lots of villi. The food particles pass through, more digestive enzymes break up and separate. Most of it's hydrochloric acid, separates the larger food particles so that what? The bacteria, which is 60 to 80% of the intestinal tract, goes in and eats the food. Then guess what? Their waste is our digested food. And that gets absorbed into the small and large intestines, into the lacteal system, which is a complex network, a web network of lymphatic tissue. And it is part of the lymphatic system. So you absorb all of these nutrients into there, and they call it the lacteal system because no matter if you've had red meat or purple grapes, blueberries, every food, once it's digested by the bacteria, is milky. It turns white and translucent. And then it's supposed to go into the lymphatic system to be delivered throughout the body. Because the lymphatic system is so overloaded, it's dumping it into the blood, most of it into the blood. Still, half of it's going into the lymph system because the lymph system has to use those nutrients to dissolve and neutralize and handle all the waste and toxicity. So we get into the bowel, and what happens in the bowel? The major bacteria there is E. coli. Oh, E. coli, oh, it'll kill me, it'll give me disease. Absolute bullshit. And I can talk about shit in that way because that's what E. coli feeds on and makes. It reduces the food, the protein and the fat molecules to the finite size that can feed the brain and the nervous system. So guess what happens to people who live on enemas and colonic? You'll find that they're very emotionally on a roller coaster. Up and down and up and down and up and down. Why? Because they keep washing out the E. coli and other bacteria that are there to break down the foods to the finite particles to feed the brain and the nervous system. And then they find they can't move. Why? Because they keep flushing it out. And when they don't flush it out, the body wants to take everything it's digested because it's been starving so long, so they create constipation by doing that. They've made such a deficiency in their brain and nervous system, there's no way their body's going to let go of the fecal matter. It's going to hold it until it's drained everything out of every particle that's been digested. So that matter could collect and collect and collect in that sigmoid colon, where the body absorbs most everything it can before it passes through the rectum. So the body is a very simple, non-complex, easy organism to take care of and self-sustaining as long as you feed it and treat it properly. Now, I had constipation for 58 years. I remember the first time I was constipated probably was a year and a half old. And after 3 years old, I think I was constipated every day. I only had a bowel movement every 3 to 5 days until I went on to a raw diet. And every time I had a bowel movement, it was as big as my fist and like granite. So it ripped my rectum. So I bled every time I went. I had headaches every time I went to the bathroom because of the ripping pain. That's the only time I ever had a headache for some reason. in those days was from having a bowel movement. And most people were relieved of headaches when they have a bowel movement. But I was just the opposite because of the pain and the loss of blood. So by the time I hit 20, my rectum was almost 2 inches of scar tissue around. Even the small bowel movement would cause bleeding, ripping and bleeding, tearing. So I got onto a raw diet, and then I started moving several times a day. But still the first one out was big and like granite. And then 4 years ago, I did something that forced a tapeworm. I tried to develop all kinds of worms in the past to help me get well faster, and I'll go into that more complexly later. But I was always passing these hard movements and ripping the rectum with the first bowel movement of the day. So I got a tapeworm. The day that I noticed the first link of tapeworm in the toilet was the last day I ever had constipation. That tapeworm altogether only lived about probably 15, 18 weeks in my body before I shot it out, and it changed my life forever. I haven't had one bloody stool in that 4 years. It'll be 4 years in July. Not one bloody stool, not one oversized bowel movement. They all come out nice size. Tapeworm. Remember that tapeworm did that for me. Again, don't be afraid of parasites. I'm going to go into it more later. That's the digestive tract. The body is simple and easy. Anything that happens to the body naturally is a good thing. Anything that is imposed upon the body from medicine and industry is not a good thing. So it's just the reverse of everything that you've been hearing. Now, what sense does it make for you to spray poisons on your meat, to clean your counters with ammonia and Lysol, and then rinse it and expect it's off of your counters completely? And you know at this place they don't. You can smell it in the air. And they slap your meat and foods down on these chemicals to prevent you from bacteria, the very thing that keeps you alive. Your whole body grows, digests, lives, and creates itself. 90% of all of that activity is bacterial. But the medical profession is going to make money if you're not sick. So everything you hear from them, and they run the government, they run the health departments, so any health practice that's going to go on involves chemicals and an annihilation of bacteria. Just what we need. Salmonella is a terrible thing, right? If you run a swab up your nose and you analyze it, do you know how many varieties of salmonella you're going to find? 1,600 varieties of salmonella live in your nose. On our skin, used to be 6,000, better than 6,000 salmonella lived on your skin. Why? Salmonella ate dead skin cells, all varieties. It's like you can have elephants, deer, giraffe, cows, all kinds to eat vegetation. While our skin was vegetation for salmonella, dead cells as they cropped up. We didn't take baths. We're lucky if people took a bath once every 3 months. Never took a bath through the fall and winter. You'd frickin' freeze to death. You'd also lose the fat on your skin and you'd dry out. So nobody took baths in the winter. You had to have salmonella to eat that dead tissue, or else we'd be like a snake peeling layers of skin off. That didn't happen. We had salmonella to help us. We lose more dead cells in the nose and in the throat than anywhere else. So guess where we have the highest concentrations of salmonella? In your nose and throat. But salmonella causes disease. According to whom? According to those people who want you to believe that bacteria is bad for you. Salmonella, of course, if you put it in a petri dish with live cells in a solution that has nothing to do with the chemistry of the body, guess what's going to happen? Salmonella is going to feed on those live cells because those live cells are being poisoned to death. And it's the job of the salmonella to eat those dead cells, those contaminated cells. So in a petri dish, in an unnatural environment, salmonella seems to eat live, healthy cells. It's a whole false premise. In the body, it does not do that. E. coli only reacts the same way and will eat live tissue and live human tissue in a petri dish. Where the salmonella thinks, the E. coli thinks, Oh, I've got an isolated animal cell here. I'm supposed to eat it. It's not part of an intestinal wall. It's not part of, not part of an alimentary canal, so it's obviously food for me. So then the scientist says, see? What it does, it eats a human cell. And they do that to fool you in every case. And you're fooled. Everybody is fooled. Bacteria is not your enemy. No bacteria is your enemy that's natural bacteria. There are bacteria that are created by man, hybrid and GMO, but those are not natural. Anything that naturally occurs in your body, be fine. If you stay away from as much as possible from processed food, you're not going to get foreign bacteria or a lot of odd bacteria. If you're eating grazed meats, it's almost going to be impossible to get any kind of deranged man-made bacteria. If you stay away from the medical profession, you'll have 90% of chance of not having any foreign bacteria, unnatural bacteria in your body, because most of those come from injected into your body. Germ warfare, experimental drugs. So I will never let the medical profession inject me with anything. If I had ever had to have surgery from having an accident where my leg was torn off and they had to put it back on, I would only let them use glucose water. They would not be allowed to use any antibiotic. They would not be able to use anything but a slight bit of potassium added to that glucose water. That is it. That is because while I'm under anesthetic, I could go into anaphylactic shock if I don't have some glucose water. So that's the only reason. If I did not have to go under, if I were able to hypnotize myself, they would not even be able to put an IV in me. I wouldn't allow it. So you do not want to let them put anything directly into your body injection-wise, because you're greater chances of getting a disease. All AIDS was created by injections. Hepatitis B vaccine. How do I know that? Because the research was done by an attorney Strecker. Dr. Strecker, his brother, found that out by he was hired by a insurance company in San Francisco that was going to insure a company that employed 60% homosexuals. And this insurance company wanted to know what the insurance rate should be for that company. So he had to study AIDS. So what he did was he kept fractionating the AIDS virus, which is virus or nothing other than protein residues, and there are certain constructs that come with certain diseases. And it's a virus is a kind of detoxification. It's not your enemy. It's a good thing. Viruses are a good thing, but they are not alive. So this residue, he found that when he fractionated the residues, this body of residue, he found that he had the lymphonomic virus of a sheep and of a domesticated sheep and a lymphonomic virus of a bovine. So he realized that they had taken this disease to domesticated animals and spliced it together and then injected it into people. He didn't know how they injected, so he called his brother, who was a high-powered attorney. The doctor brother, Robert Strecker, he decided that it had to have been created at one of the major universities. So he took the two names of the diseases and made 15 different combinations that they may call that disease that they created. So he happened to be in Los Angeles at the time, not San Francisco, and he went into UCLA, and guess what? The first name that he had popped up, first name of the 15, popped up right in the files in the computers. It was made in 1961 and 62 to create cancer in laboratory animals to study cancer. All of the research was given to the military, NSA, as possible biological war agents. So they were given permission to use it on
undesirables in the United States. So they whittled it down to homosexuals were undesirables. So how could they give it to homosexuals and isolate it from the heterosexual? There's no way they could do it completely, but they found that in the 70s and 80s, most of the hepatitis B vaccine, because most of the people getting hepatitis because of drug use were homosexuals. So liver damage was prominent in the homosexual community because of the drug use. So they put it in the hepatitis vaccines, and the shipments that went to New York, Houston, New York, Houston, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. That's why 10% of the people who got AIDS were heterosexuals and 90% were homosexuals. Not one person of the 236 people that I interviewed all 236 of them that had AIDS had the hepatitis vaccine. I later interviewed 2 other people who had AIDS that did not have the hepatitis vaccine, but had blood transfusions from people who had the AIDS. So the only way you can get AIDS is through injection. It's from the medical profession. All of the AIDS epidemic in Africa, smallpox vaccine was administered and given. Over $1 billion in vaccines were given free of charge from the UK government and the US government. And guess what happened? They created an epidemic. They gave 125 million vials of the smallpox vaccine infected with AIDS. And a doctor, starts with the C, a British doctor, he found it in the smallpox vaccine. Anyway, he showed that research. There's also another Dr. Leonard Horowitz. There's a lot of the documentation on that. So what they did was they created a catastrophe, a financial catastrophe. They had AIDS, so the U.S. and British government went and said, we'll give you all of this AIDS, we'll give you chemotherapy to give your patients, which will definitely kill them, because what were they using for the chemotherapy for AIDS patients? AZT. What was AZT? AZT was the chemotherapy they gave me in 1968. And in 1969, they outlawed it as too toxic because it killed 90% of the people who got it. If I hadn't had that milk, raw milk, it would have killed me and raw carrot juice. They put it in the vaults. They had $200 million of AZT in the vaults. They needed to use it and make money with it. So they used it on AIDS patients. Untested. They said it was safe and it was good. So they sold a lot over there to these African countries. They'd never be able to pay back. So what happened? 27 countries were absorbed by the United States use and British use of the World Bank. Now the World Bank runs those countries and owns all of the resources, even the water, from those 27 countries in Africa. Different kind of warfare, of greed, of resources. If you want to be safe, stay away from the medical profession. If you want to know how they were able to do it and whether you really believe this or not, you look at the Kissinger report he did in the 60s. 200 and some pages on how you can depopulate the world by injecting them with poisons, by polluting the air by dumping chemtrails. It's all in the report. And you can put Kissinger report, overpopulation, and you'll come up with it. And everything that the government is doing to lower population and control population is in that report. And it gave them total license. Even up to 2001. In 2001, too many people were becoming aware of it and stopped it. But up until 2001, the government, NSA, the military, were completely free to experiment with biological warfare on the population in the United States and Canada. And they've infected over 45 million people by 2001. So Stay away from injected medication especially. Stay away from antidotes, liquid antidotes. Anybody that's trying to sell you something on the internet saying, oh, I got this great substance, be very aware. Nothing goes into my body unless I know it's food, except for that freaking honey. I'll never do that again. You have to be very careful. People will do anything to make money out there. They don't really give a shit what happens to you. Survival of the fittest in the financial world. In the natural world, that doesn't occur. There's no survival of the fittest out there. I got coyotes that come up all the time where I live in the Malibu Mountains, and I feed them. The weakest and the skinniest and the youngest always feed first. Unless I throw out high meat, then they fight. And the biggest always wins and gets it. High meat, very stinky high meat. It's pre-digested. Of course they want it. And it makes them crazy to want it. Like those Eskimos, when they smelled it, wow, happy times. Well, this is the way those coyotes, they just get crazy when they smell the high meat. But if I throw fresh meat out there, it's never survival of the fittest, it's survival of the weakest. There's a compassion out there. Now, if we get in disrupt, and interfere and dump chemicals into an animal's environment, of course it can disrupt the thinking, it can make them crazy, and all compassion can go out the door. But that's industrial pollution again. That's not nature. So I'll talk a little more about agents that are said to be negative. We talked about bacteria. I gave you one mention of a parasite, which was the tapeworm, what it did for me. Now, tapeworms live in third world countries where, guess what? We give care packages of cereals and powdered milk. It's the only place we find heavy tapeworm environments is when we have an environment where they're being fed processed cereals, processed grains, and powdered milk. Two of the worst foods that you can feed anybody. And it's high sugar. What does the tapeworm eat? Sugars. So it's trying to defend your body from over-consuming too many sugars to where it melts itself from this sugar acidity. So that tapeworm is trying to help those children from dying from this poor food. And the people who are collecting and wanting to help these children overseas may be very well intentioned, but when it goes down to buying food, they become business people. And they go to the General Mills and General Foods, Purina, Kellogg's, and they say, do you have any really cheap boxes that we can use as care packages to send? Cereal's very cheap, especially if they're damaged boxes or there's some kind of manufacturing problem. They'll sell it to them very cheap. And that's what goes to these third world kids. Not healthy food, but junk, garbage, damaged, toxic substances that they got very cheaply. According to Pottinger's work, the most disease-causing food was powdered milk. It caused every disease that man has in cats, and it was fed to cats. Can you imagine cats getting all the human diseases? Only powdered milk was that evil. Back in November, I was trying to get access to some tribes because I wanted to study some primitive tribes. And in Philippines, there are 7,107 islands, some of them only inhabited by primitive people that have never even seen advanced white men or technology or anything except flying over in planes and going by in boats and ships. So I was trying to get access to them. The Philippine government does not allow it. So I worked like 3 weeks trying, and I couldn't get permission, even though I showed I was a doctor of nutrition and I was studying and all of that. And so I was very frustrated, and I went to get a massage at a health spa there, and a girl was working as a receptionist, and she had her 5-month-old baby there, anemic. She was as dark as you are. The father was darker, almost black, and this baby was white, and I mean whiter than anybody in this room. I mean white, as white as a white as his t-shirt. And that's how anemic the baby was. And the baby just laid there like it was dead. And I said, what are you feeding that baby? And she says, powdered milk, that's what the hospital and doctors said is the best. I said, it creates the most diseases in any animal on the planet. Your doctor has never studied nutrition. He's only studied disease and drugs. Don't ever listen to a doctor about nutrition, about what a baby should eat or anybody should eat. So I had made a contact on one of the islands where there was a dairy. So I went over there and got about 10 liters, some of them for me, 10 liters of raw milk, got them to sell it to me raw. Gave her 4 liters of the milk. In 3 days, the baby's color came in. It was non-anemic. 3 days on raw milk. 3 days. The grandfather was so elated, he had to come and meet me. So came to the hotel, we met. He said, listen, I work for the government. I was one of the tribes. I'll give you permission. He couldn't even give me permission. They told me that these were cannibals. They would eat me. They were savages. All kinds of tales. So this man who came from the tribe says, they're not cannibals. He said, I was with that tribe. He says, my cousin, and he left them 32 years earlier. And this cousin, he said, left the tribe only 7 years ago. And I said, I'll take you to him, and we'll all go to the tribe. I'm going to take you anyway, even though we don't get permission. So we went days traveling, boat, motorcycles, hiking to get to this tribe. When I got to the tribe, they eat 3 foods: raw fish, raw coconut meat, and a little bit of coconut water, and a fruit, maybe once every other day, either banana or mango. That's all the food they ate. I got to talk with a middle-aged man. We would consider him an elder because he was like 79 to 84 years old, and he looked like he was 40 years old, maybe 43 at the most. Pretty remarkable, huh? Great, thick, strong, white teeth. 80 years old. Big, strong, healthy teeth. Not one gone, not one cavity. I got to meet 4 of the women who were in their 50s, and they looked like they were in their late 20s or early 30s. Perfect teeth. Only one of them had a missing tooth, and she had a scar above that missing tooth, which means she had an accident. Can you imagine perfect white teeth at 80 years old and 50 years old, where you can chew on bones and fish? They were chewing on vertebrae bones, like they were chalk, and they were just breaking them up and eating them with their teeth at that age. They wouldn't let me back to where the actual tribes lived to meet them. They brought a group out to me of 3 women and 4 women and 1 man. So I got to converse with them, of course, through translation. That's all they ate. They only raw foods. They never cooked a thing. They were perfectly healthy. Of course the government doesn't want people to know that. They're going to call them like the American government calls the American Indians savages. They eat raw meat, they're savages. They wanted to annihilate them and take their resources. 26 million Native American Indians is reduced to what? A couple 100,000 in this country now. And what did they do? We kept taking every bit of their resources and kept killing them and killing them. Same thing the Philippine government's doing, same thing the Chinese government's doing with the tribes. I've watched it in every one of those Asian countries. I watched it in this country with the Native Americans. Parasites, bacteria, not your problem. Now in those tribes, guess what they have as a natural part of their digestive tract? Trichworm. Trichinosis? It's going to kill you. Trichinosis. Cook your pork and cook everything like that until it is completely, crisp. Because of trichinosis. It's going to kill you. Dr. Joel Weinstock of Iowa University found that the pigs at the university were too clean. They were very sickly. He grew up in a farm environment and became a professor, a full professor at the university. a gastroenterologist. And he took a look at these pigs at the university and started analyzing their digestive tracts, because that's his field. And found that the only difference was the pigs in the farm had trichinosis. The pigs at the university didn't. So he filtered out some of the trichworm eggs, infused them into the pigs at the university, and guess what? They got well in a week. So he said, oh, well, gee, most tribes have trichinosis. Maybe trichinosis is a good thing. Thinking out of the box. Here's an unusual man who is an MD, gastroenterologist, thinking out of the box. So he got a license from the FDA to experiment on 6 humans. And of those 6 humans, every one of them had to have had been under treatment for at least 10 years. The law is that no medical doctor can ever prescribe or suggest an alternative therapy, something that's out of the box, out of the medical systems, pharmaceutical systems guidelines, unless you've suffered for 10 years and it's failed. They've committed you, they've condemned you for 10 years before you're allowed to try anything else under doctor's supervision. So he picked people who had been suffering without medical relief from 10 to 32 years. He gave them the trichworm 5 days, 5 to 7 days. 5 of the 6 of them were asymptomatic. They all had had inflammatory bowel syndrome or inflammatory intestinal disease. Suffered 10 to 32 years. If you've known people who've had that kind of system, colitis, peritonitis, any of those, you know that anything they eat or drink, even water, can cause a tremendous amount of gas, vomiting, diarrhea. Anything they eat, drink, causes problems. In 5 to 7 days, I think it was 5 days, 5 of them were asymptomatic. They could eat anything without a problem. Because the parasites were in there eating very rapidly all of the foods that they're supposed to pre-digest. So, it shows that the bacteria was very low in their intestinal tracts. Anybody who has an intestinal problem, and these parasites in there can eat 100 times their weight 100 times their weight of food in a day. Bacteria can only eat 50 times its weight in a day. So they were getting all these nutrients from the parasites, the whipworm. The trichinosis. The trichinosis is the cure, not the disease. All humans should have trichinosis. Gorillas have trichinosis. Most monkeys have trichinosis. Those that eat a lot of fruit don't. And that's why we probably don't want to be fruitarians, because you become crazy. Have you ever seen a relaxed monkey? How many times a day does a monkey masturbate when it lives on fruit? 32 times a day. Up to 32 times a day. Minimum of 18. Killer monkeys, what do they eat? 24 hours before they go on a killing spree, they'll eat completely fermented figs and bananas, mostly fermented figs. Alcohol is so high, you can smell it in the air for half a mile. And they'll binge on them for about 24 hours, and then they go through the jungle and they kill everything. Insects, other monkeys, gorillas, elephants. They will kill absolutely any living creature that they come across. And they do that for 24 hours. Fruit's not a high carbohydrate's not a good thing for us, and I'm going to go into that a little bit more heavily when we return. We last talked about the trichinosis and how it was beneficial, how parasites are beneficial. Now, how could a parasite be non-beneficial? It can't be. Whether it's eating our own toxic dead cells or it's eating our food, it's a beneficial process. Whether bacteria is feeding on our food to help us digest and get nutrients, or whether it's feeding on our own toxic cells, it is a help.
If we had no help from bacteria and parasites, we'd have to dissolve the dead cells in the contamination and deal with all the waste product. When a parasite eats 100 times its weight, can you imagine 100 times its weight in 24 hours, and has about a 1 to 5% waste product? It's like taking 100 pounds of substance and having only 1 to 5 pounds to deal with the next day as a waste. Hey, I'll take that janitor any day. Bacteria consume 50 times their weight in 24 hours and have the same amount of secretion. But that's still quite an amount of reduction of waste product that we have to deal with. If we have to make a soap, a solvent like Virus R, we have all this waste product. What happens when you have a solvent? You have to clean some grease off of your garage floor. So you've got this very toxic something like muriatic acid. And you put it down on the floor with water because it doesn't work well without the solvent structure of water. Water is a solvent. It helps dissolve things. So the mixture together, then what do you have? You've got 2.5 gallons of a waste product, a very toxic waste product. I'd rather have a janitor went in there and ate the stuff, and then whatever it crapped out, that's all I had to deal with. It's very efficient. It's what I want. I want bacteria to help me cleanse. I want parasites to help me cleanse. Fungus is the same thing. Molds go in and break down substances and also pre-digest. A lot of your carbohydrates in the human body are digested not only with the ptyalin enzyme, but with molds. We have molds throughout the digestive tract, especially if we eat high carbohydrates, which we're not supposed to. But our bodies will work around that. Take a look at cheeses. 60 years ago, all cheeses were made with mold. Now you have American cheeses and all these production cheeses that have nothing to do with cheese. They're just processed dairy made into a substance to sell. But cheese is indigestible. Hardened milk, dried milk is indigestible. But if you put it in a cave, in a place where molds can eat it, molds can feed on it, guess what? Whatever the mold leaves is digestible and absorbable. That's why all over the world people eat stinky cheeses. They put them in caves so that they grow, the mold will grow and pre-digest it so you can use it as food. The Germans go really crazy with it. Stinkiest stuff in the world comes out of Germany in their molds. There's one country, Afghanistan I think it is, where they actually use larvae in the center to pre-digest. And then their waste product is what they eat. There is a tribe, I think it is in Australia, that they don't eat meat, but they hunt, and they'll lay this meat out in slabs on these racks, these like checkerboard racks of twigs, and let the flies lay their larvae, and then in 5 days when the larvae are about to become flies, they eat only the larvae. Big, huge maggots. That's what they live on. They can run as fast as a horse, incredibly healthy and athletic, because the maggots have pre-digested all of the meat. They don't have to rely upon the bacteria or their own parasites to do it. It's already done. All they have to utilize is mainly their E. coli to fragment it smaller to feed the brain and nervous system.
There are tribes that eat insects because all the animals are slaughtered in their jungles. They don't have anything else but insects to eat. They eat big grubs this big. They'll eat centipedes with the poisonous area disconnected. They eat scorpions. All kinds of protein that they need and can't get because they don't have the money for the chickens or the land to grow their animals. So that's how they feed and live. And they do very well and healthfully. But when we try to be grain eaters, heavy grain eaters, we don't do so well. Have a lot of problems, a lot of fungus in the body, athlete's foot, a lot of yeast infections occur, candida, all of those. Those are good things, though. Those are the way the body gets rid of that excess carbohydrate and toxicity is with those fungi. So they're not a bad thing. Candida is not a bad thing. Giardia is not a bad thing. Those are good things. You just have to feed yourself and rebuild and heal the body properly. All of those are your friends. The only enemy is industrial nonsense. And that's the medical profession, pharmaceutical industry. So virus are not alive. They have no nucleus, no respiratory, no digestive system, nothing. They are nothing but protein waste products from dissolved tissue. How does the body do that? The body makes solvents that are particular to particular tissue. So there are 300,000 viruses in the human body, minimum. Because if the body takes more than a small structure of itself down at a time, it'll falter and have a problem. But it's not alive. Viruses are not alive. They are not contagious. It's like saying, oh, Tide soap is contagious because you can find it in every home. Or laundry soap is contagious because you can find it in every home. It's absurd. People get illnesses at the same time of year. A lot of people get illness at the same time of the year because it's the right atmosphere for it. It's the right time of year to have that detoxification more safely. People who get out of kilter with other people and start detoxing because they're way so contaminated, they can't do it in the proper cycles. But saying that a cold and flu or anything is contagious other than surface yeast and crabs is like saying the roosters are responsible for the sunrise. Because every time they crow, the sun comes up. It's an absurdity. Many people get the same disease at the same time because it's right climatically. You don't say that bears are contagious because they come out of, hibernation in Mexico first, and then in the United States and in Canada, so we've got a bear epidemic that started in Mexico. No, that's when they come out of hibernation and they do their thing. That's the way antibiotics, bacteria, parasites, and those kind of cleanses work. Fungus, virus, the body will still regulate when it will do solvent cleansings, and that's what virus cleansing are, solvent cleansing. Anybody who refers to viruses alive have no idea what they're talking about. They haven't been in a chemistry lab. They make no sense. If anybody says, oh, viruses are alive, say, where's the nucleus? Where's the respiratory system? Where's the digestive tract? Well, what is a virus? What is it made of? What does it look like? And they'll just stammer, and they won't be able to describe anything because they don't know. They're listening to the people who work for the pharmaceutical and medical industry who have a vested interest in your fear of viruses. and your fear of bacteria and parasites and anything natural. The programming of that is very obvious. Swine flu. Used to be they would blame it on the Spanish or the Polacks, the Spanish flu, the Polack flu, stuff like that. Then what happened? Rockefeller and Carnegie got into the works, and then they started blaming animals. Swine flu, the avian flu, the monkey flu, the monkey AIDS. You know, endless nonsense, absolute nonsense. Just don't buy into it. Don't go for that fear. Let me tell you how bad it is in the medical community, how evil doctors can be without even realizing it. Have a patient on the diet in Maine. His mother, 92 years old. Good life. She does the diet 50% up until last week, as long as he prepares the foods for her. So she was really going down here, getting senile about 6 years ago. She was doing the diet, getting better. All of a sudden, she starts having numbness in her legs, a lot of fatigue in her legs. And I said, she's just going through a cleanse, leave her alone. But she's starting to get a little pain once in a while. Her feet are cramping up. That's all part of the process. Just put hot water bottles down there and let her put her feet on and off. Because sometimes it'll cause a little bit more pain, but most of the time it'll relax the pain. And just keep feeding her that way. I took her to the doctor. Couldn't find anything wrong. 3 times taking her to the doctor in about 3-week period. One doctor said he found a clot in an artery behind her knee. 99% clogged. We got to go into surgery right away because it could cause a heart attack or a stroke. Rushed her into the surgery. She didn't come out alive. She was dead in a few days. Went into a coma. I said, Francis, what are you talking about? If she had a 99% clot behind her knee, her whole leg would be black and blue. Don't listen to that nonsense. He wanted to have a surgery on an old lady. He knew was going to die soon, and he wanted the money for it. Period. 99% clogged artery, that leg wouldn't even be functional. Lied. Killed her. Never woke up. That was it. Dead in 3 days. And then to get her out of the house, she said, before she went in, she says, I don't want to die in a hospital. Do not let me die in a hospital. So, not within hours of coming out of surgery, they had her in ICU. They said she had pneumonia. And I said to her son, I said, if she has pneumonia, let's see the report. Let's see the analyzation that she has pneumonia in her lungs. Didn't do any. She just had hard time breathing. And he says to the doctor, but you told me she had a pneumonia. Well, she had a hard time breathing. But that's not pneumonia. And they put her in ICU. They don't just put oxygen on her. They put her on a pump. So what really happening, what did she have? She had anaphylaxis. She had a reaction and was going to die from the anesthetic during surgery. And they were trying to hide it all. And I said, but if you want it, they wouldn't let them. They kept saying, you can't take her to the hospital. You take her off the oxygen pump and the respiratory machine. She'll be dead in 10 minutes. I said, Francis, don't listen to any of that. It's nonsense. You want to get her out of that hospital? Take the respirator off for 10 minutes and see if she dies. She starts completely not breathing, turn it on again. But I've seen at least 5 situations like this where the people got home and got well. So you get her out of the hospital, and they said they had all these kind of requirements, and I said, you do not need to follow any of their requirements. You go there, you find a company that will take her home, a paramedical company that will take her home. You get her home, and then you give her honey and butter under the tongue, hope she comes out of the coma. That's all you can do. So he had her home 24 hours and she died. But she didn't die when they took her off the machine. She lived 2 days off the machine. She was off the dead, well, 1 day and a half, a little bit more than a day and a half, because she was off the machine in the hospital before they even transported her. Because they kept giving them red tape, and I said, you do not need to sign anything. They do not own you. There's no court order. All you have to do is pull her out of that hospital. And he was brave enough and finally did it. So she got to die at home with her family instead of a cold, nasty ICU environment. You cannot fall for the garbage, terrorist stories of these medical doctors. They are all trained with those in hospitals. That's why they put these doctors for their internship in a hospital where there's all kinds of emergencies. They can get them to believe anything in an emergency. Everybody's panicked. And you even see it on television. Everybody's panicked in those situations. There's too much of that drug, too much of that drug. There's too much of any drug. The way to handle the situation is let the body go through whatever it has to go through. And it will get through it. And it will get through it fine if you're feeding it well. So nature is not your enemy. The medical profession is your enemy. Completely and wholly. And so is the food industry. Completely your enemy. Because they have one purpose in mind, to make a profit. To make a food that will not spoil. And that takes lots of chemicals and lots of denaturing of anything that's good in it. Any food that doesn't have bacteria and doesn't rot, you won't digest. May as well be eating bark. Impossible to digest. Unless you're an elephant. An elephant could digest bark. But we're not elephants. Okay, I'm going to go into food heavily now. Fats, I talked about fats being the most important nutrient because it binds with poisons, toxins. If you check with any scientific research, you'll find that the greatest concentration of toxins is wherever you find fats. Brain, nervous system, in the myelin, and in the bone marrow, and any glands that are high in fat. So fat's pretty important in an industrial society where pollution is more more predominant than fresh air. So fats are very important. So being thin like I am right now is not so healthy. I'm working on it. I've lost a lot of weight after this accident and being in the Philippines and doing all that hiking and stuff that I'm not used to, and not having enough butter to keep the weight up. But in 2 weeks I'll have 20 pounds on. Because I just eat all day long. I'll be sucking on cream and milk and eating meat twice a day and eat during the night. So I'll be putting it on pretty quickly. You've seen how quickly I can put on weight, haven't you?
I'll bet you on 2 weeks, 20 pounds. But
Yeah.
You're in that ballpark.
Yeah. So, fats are very important. Now, what fats are digestible? As I talked about the digestive tract, what is our bile designed to break down? What kind of fats? Animal fats. Animal fats. Sure, we can handle some avocado, we can handle some olive oil and stuff like that, but that should not be the primary fat. Italians and Greeks have conditioned themselves over hundreds of years, probably 1,300 years of living on olive oil and other oils. But they're not the most easygoing people. Most of your oils are solvent reactive in the body, which means they help you clean the body, not stabilize it. So they don't fill the myelin properly, so the thought processes aren't as clean. I mean, take a look at, let's say, an extreme portion of that society of the Italians called the mafia. You've got this great family love, and then anybody outside the family, you can do anything to them that you want, and there's no sin. You can even play the magician and make them disappear forever, and it's still not a sin. How can that be in a rational, Catholic-based race? Tribe or colony, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't make sense. Why? Because the myelin is absent of good raw animal fats. The more people get away from animal fats and eat margarine, we have the same thing all over. Our doctors, our business people. I mean, we're paying welfare to the rich. Hello? What kind of mentality do we have with the present food system that we have? And people are accepting it every day. $7 billion to the rich. And Obama's giving him more. Where's our mentality? Why is it that way? Why are we so illogical now, irrational, and so gullible? If you go to the tribes like I did, and animals in general, there's nothing more natural than nature. There's nothing more logical than nature. Nothing more rational than nature. So we've gotten away from nature. Our pollution, food, water, everything. So fats, people need fats to pull those things out of their bodies. I like people to get very large, especially if they've been very skinny. Because when they're skinny, where do the poisons go? Into the tissues. And they bore and store in there and cause lots of damage and weakness. You put on the fats, it'll start pulling it out, then you dump the fats. I like the cycle to be a 2.5-year cycle, or if you're going to force it, or let the body go into its colds and flus as it will, to dump those fats that are full of the poisons, toxins that are stored in the body. In my recipe book, I say, put it on for 6 months and take it off for a few months, and then, take a process of 6 months to get rid of it, 3 months to get rid of it, and then put it back on for 6 months. That's just because most people are so paranoid who've never been fat or who are getting fatter, worry about they're going to be fat for the rest of their lives, they're never going to get rid of this fat. In 95% of the people, raw fats come off very quickly, as long as they can stay disciplined. And the other 5% are those that can't be disciplined about it. So I experiment with different ways to help people lose weight once they're ready. But if they keep getting fatter and fatter, I usually don't stop it unless it's impeding on functionality. So I like people to be very overweight and fat. I was huge. After I went back to Los Angeles and I had access to all that fresh raw cream in this health food stores, I was consuming a quart of that a day with a quart of carrot juice. And then eating my meat too, and drinking lots of dairy. I mean, I went like that, and I loved it. Because I felt so protected, felt so relaxed. Not like the fruitarian when I was always on in, when am I going to eat next? Even though I've just eaten a 27-pound watermelon, I'm ready to eat more because I'm not getting enough fat and protein. And I'm going around pissing all night with my stomach this big and starving to death. Eat 7 pounds of nuts and I still am starving for protein. Because we don't digest those kind of things. We don't digest nuts well. So fats are ultra important. Remember I said that we make 60 varieties of cholesterol. A third of them give you proper energy, 2.5 times more energy than any other source, whether it's protein or carbohydrate. A third of them to protect the body, and a third of them to lubricate it, protect and cleanse the body, and the third of them to protect it. So, did I say that right? A third of them to cleanse the body, a third of them to give it strength, and a third of them to protect the body. So fats, ultra important. Animal fats are the ones we digest the best and thoroughly. Now the quality of fat, what are the quality of fats? I found that butter lubricates every tissue in the body except the brain easily. It does help lubricate and protect the brain, but every other tissue in the body is lubricated and protected best with butter. That's why butter is such a big part of the primal diet, as long as you can get it. The next is cream. Cream is very difficult to digest, though, because it takes a larger variety of bile to break down cream. Once the bile has made a certain amount of those nutrients into myelin relief or regeneration or restoration, then the body converts the rest of that into butter. So you only need a small amount of cream every day to feed the brain and the nervous system. No other fat feeds the brain and the nervous system as well as cream and fish, fresh fish. But the fish does not calm the nervous system like the cream does.
How little cream?
I would say a day, depending upon the person. If you've been on psychotropic drugs or anything like that, could be up to 3 ounces a day. Otherwise, if you're a normally psychotic person, 2 ounces a day. That is besides what's the cream that's in the milk. Some people may not quite need that much if they've been on a good diet long enough and they're drinking enough milk. Depends upon the person. So, other fats, cheese, a lot of fat in it, a lot of protein, but guess what? Like I said, dried dairy does not digest. But what can you do with it? If you eat cheese, if it's not molded, heavily molded cheese, if you eat, let's say, 60-day-old cheese or less that hasn't been molded in a cave or a cellar, then you will not digest it. But you can use it to attract as it goes into the mouth. You have your blood, circulatory systems, your blood, your neurological system, and your lymph that are flowing all throughout the digestive tract, all the way down to the rectum. So when you eat cheese, the minerals in there can attract the poison metals and poison minerals out of those 3 fluid systems. Hold on to it like a sponge and pass through it because you won't digest it. It's a good vacuum. It's a good cleaner. It's like clay. Clay will do that too and is undigestible. It's a good thing to do. It's a great thing to do. I mean, if you've ever had vaccines in your life, 2/3 of the vaccines store in the stomach lining for life. And it drops particles of it into your food every time you eat. So your food's always contaminated. If you eat a little bit of cheese 10 minutes before you eat anything, you're going to absorb that toxicity. You have 25 minutes to eat before the stomach will start dumping into that. The stomach lining will start dumping those poisons into the stomach again, into food. So then if 25 minutes goes by and you're still eating, you have another piece of cheese and wait 10 minutes. Or you just finish your meal within like 20 minutes and you won't dump anymore till the next time you go to eat. And then you eat the cheese. and the stomach will dump the poisons into the stomach. But if you don't eat for 10 minutes, it stops. So it stops, then you start eating your regular meal. And then you have 25 minutes before it'll do it again if you continue eating. So that's the way to work with the body. You eat the cheese to absorb those poisons. Now, a lot of people who have nausea, a lot of poisons are dumping into the stomach to get rid of them. That's what nausea is. The fastest way out of the body is vomit. The most concentrated way of getting poisons is out the vomit. Let me give you an example. About 5 years ago, I had a cancer patient who began the heavy detoxification of cancer, which usually means the person will go into vomit spells that can last anywhere from a week up to 8 weeks. This woman didn't stop. I got her to gain the weight for the time that this happened, because when the body starts, cancer is a collection of dead cells that your body can't dissolve and get rid of them because your liver isn't making the bile properly to make the solvents to dissolve the cells, or you don't have the bacteria, parasites, or fungus in there to break down those dead cells and get rid of them. So they collect in stations like fibroids all over evenly. When it can no longer do that, it will build tumors. The cancer cell is not your problem, it is the cure. A cancer cell contains fluids, which are like virus, which are solvents that help dissolve all the surrounding dead cells. A cancer cell is surrounded by 50 to 100 or more dead cells. Cancer cell doesn't go in there to eat anybody. It doesn't eat any cells. But when the cancer cell dies, its solvents release and dissolve all those cells. Where is that toxicity going? Because there's no bacteria to eat it. There's no parasites to eat it. There's no fungus to break it down till it gets out to the skin. Then some women develop and men develop molds when the cancers come to the skin. You get some gangrene or some white molds or some black molds. That's the body trying to clean those dead cells out of the body. So your cancer cell is not the problem. It's part of the cure in a very toxic environment. Nobody develops cancer without some severe chemicals accumulating in those dead cells. When those dead cells are dissolved, there's heavy contamination that can start doing damage in the body. Because we've gone way off track when you're at the point of getting cancer. Cancer is pretty relatively new, except among metallurgists, foundries, where they're always getting pollution that kill a lot of cells. Cancer is only prominent in those areas 100 years ago. Before that, nobody got cancer because there was no potato chips, there were no French fries, there were no breaded drumsticks, fried breaded drumsticks, there was no cereals, highly processed. Cancer was not a common thing, very uncommon. According to Samuel Epstein, who's an octogenarian MD who specializes in cancer, he says 1 out of 2 men gets cancer today, 1 out of 3 women. 200 years ago, 1 out of 100,000. Pretty bad. Think about where you are and what you're doing. Doesn't have to be that way. So we have this reaction of dissolution. And her breast broke through the skin, and it got down to the point where all the cancer was dissolved and gone. The tumor was completely gone. She was still vomiting. 8 weeks, 9 weeks. So I took 4 ounces of her vomit and sent it to the laboratory. And I got a call, and the first call says, somebody's poisoning your patient. And I said, what do you mean? And they said, the common poison that's used is thallium. she has 3,000 times the lethal dose of thallium and had 4 ounces of vomit. And I said, her husband and she are probably the most loving, second to most loving couple I've ever seen in my life. They adore each other. No way she's being poisoned. She's not around anybody else who would poison her besides her husband. So that was out. And I said, but she was a jewelry maker. She made silver jewelry. And guess what dirty silver is full of? And she worked right over a Bunsen burner with her face 2 or 3 inches from it, going in her eyes, inhaling it all day long, no gloves, no mask. The silver, dirty silver, is full of mercury and thallium. Thallium is a mineral like lead, soft as lead, and as toxic as mercury. Neurotoxic as mercury. I went back because of somebody else read the report, because when I finally got the report, I had to done them several times to give me the report. So there was something very off, because the head of the laboratory called me about that incident. So then when I got the report, the thallium wasn't that high, but they told me it was. And then when I talked with the guy who called me, he said, well, maybe it was just 3, maybe I misspoke and said 3,000 times. It was probably maybe just 3. And I said, but your report doesn't say that. This gentleman's mother brought that up to me because I never looked at the report beyond that time. I just accepted what he told me. So when I talked to him, he says, well, maybe it's 3 times. Well, something went wrong with the laboratory report. So it's all mixed. Who knows what went on. But to call without alarm, we know that thallium was very high. That's what kind of concentration can dump out of vomit. So when you vomit, you know that you're getting rid of an intense, concentrated amount of poison. And you should rejoice. Absolutely rejoice. You can't get rid of that many toxins to perspire them out in 6 months that you can with one vomit. So don't be afraid of vomit. Don't be afraid of diarrhea. When you have diarrhea, those chemicals are going into the bowel, and the body has to wash it out, or it'll cause grave damage, ruin the colonies of bacteria in the bowel, and you won't be able to digest and feed your brain and nervous system. So you have diarrhea to flush it out. All of those things are a good thing. Even if you have some blood in it, as long as you're not bleeding cups of blood, it's not a problem. You're expected to have a little bit of blood, tablespoon or 2 sometimes. But it'll seal right up. You have to learn not to panic with your body. That's what the medical profession is counting on. Your panic, your fear, your trauma to take full advantage of you to do whatever they want, including telling stories that your artery is 99% blocked and you have no black and blue and no physiological damage to your leg. Absurdity. Absolute absurdity. Don't buy it. Don't feed into it. Okay, so let's take a look at other fats. I said that, olive oil and flax oil and all those that you can get truly cold pressed below 96 degrees Fahrenheit will act mainly as solvents to dissolve and clean your body. They won't help you build very much, and they won't stabilize you or your nervous system. They help protect your skin, of course, when they get out to the skin, because they are a fat, they're an oil. But it's not the thriving animal type. We don't convert vegetable oils, and even olive oil is a fruit oil. Coconut oil is a fruit oil. But still, it's on the order of a vegetable oil. So they are more cleansing than they are restoring and protecting. Olive oil is much more going toward a vegetable fat than an animal fat. Now, an herbivore, an animal that eats vegetation, has a huge array of enzymes to break down the cellulose fats. They also have a body temperature 101 to 105 degrees, so they can keep vegetable oils from crystallizing. In the human body, 98.6 and lower, vegetable oils will dry out and crystallize. Crystals that can even grow and cause stones, cause bone spurs, cause all kinds of problems, and cause arteriosclerosis and heart disease, hardening of the heart. We've been told animal fats cause heart disease and arteriosclerosis. But take a look at the tribes in New Guinea who eat nothing but cooked meats. That's their whole diet, cooked meats. And some people. So they've got 5 diseases, 6 if you count CJD. But that's only from being cannibals. Some of them from being cannibalistic. But they have gout, arthritis, rheumatism, and they have some arteriosclerosis. But no hardening of any tissue. So animal fats do not cause hardening of the heart, arteriosclerosis. That's absolute nonsense. Vegetable oils do. Margarine does. Hydrogenated vegetable oils are the same molecular structure as plastic. Hydrolyzed vegetable oils are the same molecular structure as plastic. Not a good thing. What do you think it's going to do to your body? It's going to solidify. What? How many people died of heart attacks 200 years ago? It was a rare occurrence. Rare. Unless somebody was really skinny and dry and worked in a coal mine or a smoldering factory, something like that, and they just dried out inside and had a heart attack. What's the big killer today? Heart attacks. Why? Margarine. Vegetable oils are predominant now. In the 40s, everything up to the 40s, everything was butter. Butter. Everybody used butter or lard. And lard's okay. It won't crystallize. It won't harden in the system, even though it's cooked and processed. Not a great fat, though. It's kind of waxy because of the way they render it. But butter and lard were the things. Then Crisco and margarine came in, and then the heart rate started 10, 15 years after that disease. Climbing and climbing, and still climbing today. And they still have people believing it. That animal fats are your problem and not vegetable oils. So be very particular about what fats are in the foods you eat. Okay, let's take a look at protein. I explained that the nuts I was eating, when I was eating 7 pounds a day, I'd still wake up lighter and hungry all the time. We don't have the digestive tract to break down nuts or seeds, grains, any of them. Herbivores are, but birds are the best. Birds are made to eat seeds and nuts. Squirrels are meant to eat nuts. Their systems are made for that. They have enzymes for that. They have digestive bacteria to feed on those. We don't have anything near those. So if we expect to, and legumes are the same way. So if you expect to get your proteins from legumes and nuts, you're going to have a problem. Your nuts have phytic acid in them. Seeds have phytic acid in them. And that stops certain kind of mineral absorption, which stops protein digestion, which stops fat digestion. So there's a whole chain reaction that causes anorexia and bulimia by eating raw grains and raw nuts. Not a good thing. Even if you germinate them, you get rid of the phytic acid, but you have 3 other acids that form that are just as bad as the phytic acid, but now in 3 times concentration. So you'll even digest less of a germinated grain. And then when it's sprouted, it's already to a point where it's a cellulose molecule. It takes an herbivore to be able to digest it properly. So raw foods isn't the answer, it's what raw foods you can digest. Nuts aren't it. We can digest some starches of the nuts, very little of the protein and very little of the fat. In grains, we're lucky if we digest 5 to 10% of it unless it's cooked. Then we can digest a lot of it, but not well without toxicity. So we go to dairy and meats and eggs as our main food source for protein. And anybody hasn't eaten raw meat yet here? Okay, a couple of people. All of those people who've eaten raw meat, how well does it digest compared to cooked meat?
Perfectly.
Perfectly, exactly. It doesn't sit there. It's like, did I eat? Oh my God, and I don't have to lie down and sleep and wait for it to digest? You mean I can eat a whole smorgasbord of food at Thanksgiving and not fall asleep for 3 days? Yeah, you can do that. It's so easily digested because it's the perfect food for us. Sometimes when you suck too much cream, it'll put you out because your liver has to work very hard to produce enough bile to handle all that. Even in your gallbladder better be in very good shape to be able to, keep dripping it into the duodenum and into the intestinal tract to digest that fat. That's the only thing that will really bring you down. Or if you, let's say, suck 2 cups of milk at one time, that'll also relax you to the point where you want to take a nap. But that's sucking the sugar in the milk too quickly. And I recommend that nobody drink or eat anything too fast. If you're going to drink anything, you sip it. What happens if you drink anything too fast, milk, eat fruits too fast, what happens? The water moves so quickly in the system that the body says it's a problem and throws it into the kidney. And the kidney separates it from the food, and so does the intestinal tract, and then you're throwing off this water that should have been carried with the nutrients. So you're dehydrating the body. Drinking water will do nothing but dehydrate the body. Why? Because water is a solvent. It rains, the rain dissolves rock, plants eat. If you look in an archaeological book, the first item under a solvent is water. We shouldn't be drinking water except in very tiny amounts, sips at a time. The only animals that drink a lot of water on a regular basis are birds, because they eat dried grain. So they need the water, but they're made to eat it. An elephant may drink 55 gallons of water at a time, and a camel 25 gallons of water, but they have a compartment that isolates the water and only lets them absorb a few ounces every hour. Camel won't have to drink water for 25 days, 25 days. Elephant can go 2-3 months without drinking water because it holds it. It has a storage pouch for it. We don't have that. When water goes into our system, it dilutes, it damages bacteria, it dilutes the food, it dilutes digestive juices. It does nothing but create havoc. Where did all this drinking of water start? When I was in grade school in the 40s and 50s, there was no water drinking. You went to the fountain and took 2-3 sips a day. If you're an athlete, you may have sucked down a cup a day, half a cup a day. There was nothing about drinking water. We drank milk. We ate fruit. At least most people did. We got in Coca-Cola early and garbage stuff early. But I was a heavy milk drinker, even though it was pasteurized and skimmed. It wasn't healthy milk, but that's mainly what I ate. But what happened in 1960, who bought up water rights? The same owners as Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola. The board, two of the trusts that are board members and owners of both Pepsi and Coca-Cola, it's a tight family of rich out there, decided that they were going to sell water. And it was a joke among them. Did everybody see that thing with Dan Aykroyd and, where the two really rich men make a bet that they can take, pardon? Trading places, yes. And this was like with water, and the other one says, you can't sell water. And the other one says, yes, I can. So what he did, they hired doctors to go out and say, you need to drink 8 glasses of water a day, you won't function properly, and that started. How many people drink bottles of water a day? Almost everybody out there. How much water have I consumed this week? None. I haven't consumed water 7 days. And when I consumed the water, it was right out of the malaria swamp in the Philippines. Don't drink that water. Why not? It's full of life. And even the natives were freaked out because they'd got them conditioned that they're going to get malaria if they drink that water. I have been in a laboratory 10 times with mosquitoes. Blaming malaria on mosquitoes, another fallacy of blaming nature for a disease. What is a mosquito? The female mosquito is the big one, like a black widow. She's big. The male is very tiny, and the male goes around and pollinating these ultra-small flowers that you cannot see. Both the male and the female mosquito live on nectar of these small plants like bees do. But for them to procreate, the offspring needs blood. The adults don't drink blood. So the female goes in with her huge proboscis, goes into your skin, bites all the cells around, maybe 20 cells, gets a pool of blood there, and sucks it up. She dumps no saliva into it because what will happen? The blood will go bad before she gets back to her offspring. No contamination in the blood. Even if she did put a little bit of saliva and a little malaria got in there, your white blood cells would have them arrested in minutes. It's just horseshit. Well, you have microbes, you have a filary worm, a tiny infinitesimal worm that feeds on things that are in water. It predigests it for fish. It helps break down substances to feed moss and algae. But it doesn't feed on us unless you're cooking vegetables. If you eat cooked vegetables, that filariae is going to get in your system if you're drinking swamp water. But I don't worry about swamp water. I don't eat cooked vegetables. I drink vegetable juice, but I don't eat cooked vegetables. So I don't have to worry about it. And I was sucking it down because I rarely drink water. But when I can drink algae, swamp water, rich in nutrients, and not just a solvent, I'll suck it down. So I probably had 2 days before I left, I was in the mountains and in the streams, and were just green. And I was in streams where there were live things. I've been all around in Cambodia, Vietnam, Thailand, Laos, Burma, Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, all that area. And what they've got people thinking is that soaps and shampoos are okay. So primitive people will take these modern soaps and shampoos and go into their streams, wash their clothes and their hair. So all of the fish that normally are found in the streams and the frogs no longer exist. Rarely will you hear a frog or a toad in the jungles anymore where these people are washing their hair and cleaning their clothes with soaps. I was up in the mountains blazing trails where nobody soaps anything. And there were fish, there were crayfish galore in chunks in these waterfalls going down where I was going to buy the land. I mean, and they're picking at all the dead cells that are on my body. They're having their feast and a good time. And I was in there with this and let them clean this and took care of this, cleaned it all up for me. So, you know, they had a good time. So we did a good exchange. I didn't have to go home, soak it in water, put enough coconut cream on it, let it sting and burn. Took my bandages off and let the fish go to work. And they were just nibbling all the white blood cells, eating everything. For them, that wasn't toxic or disease. But it's infection. What is infection? Infection is your white blood cells removing toxicity. It's a good thing. But it's infection. Infection is good. Infection is good. Not bad. Let me tell you, if it were bad, those poor fish would be dead quickly. Because they certainly had a lot to eat. So again, don't be afraid of nature. Of course, if you've been a heavy vegetable eater, you might have a problem with malaria. But no malaria drugs work. When I investigated there in the Philippines, one of the natives who was showing me the property, he was a translator for the people who owned the property. So he had two little girls that died of malaria. And I said, wait a minute, died of malaria? You're in the jungle and you're dying of malaria? No, I don't think so. Where did these children die? Well, when we took them to the hospital because of the intense diarrhea and blood, they told us it was malaria and they died within a day in the hospital. No, they died of the antibiotics in the hospital. 85% of all of the people taken to a hospital and given drugs and antibiotics for malaria die. 85 of 100. That's a terrible result. Terrible figure. So I convinced this guy all he had to do was he'd take 2 ounces of honey, 2 ounces of lime juice with 6 ounces, about a little over half a cup of his Batong water, which is coconut water, mix them together and let his daughters, he had 2 infant daughters, he had lost 2, he had 2 more daughters that had malaria, having the same diarrhea and stuff. I said, you let them have that every 2 hours for 3 days, and then every 3 hours for another 3 days. I just got an email this morning, the kids are great and in great shape. So they want me back there have my clinic as a doctor. So I'm already getting a good relationship with the natives, which is very important. So very happy about that. So don't worry about malaria and stuff like that. There are ways to take care of it naturally. You can take lime juice and honey. That'll destroy them. You don't go for antibiotics, which will destroy your intestines, your digestibility, all the microbe activity in your blood. It all is arrested. That's why people don't really recover when they take antibiotics. They are never the same. They lose at least 1% of health. 1% from whole 10 days of antibiotics. That's a huge loss. Huge loss. For 10 days, 1% of your energy gone for life. Not a good thing. So, proteins, back to proteins. The only kind that are absolutely impeccable are those that are animal-oriented, like the fats. However, the proteins in nuts will help bind with toxic substances, especially overactive hormones, along with the starches. So nuts can be used to bind with. If you get hyperactive, you get anxious, and you've exercised, and you're still hyperactive and anxious, then eat some nut formula. And the nut formula is in the recipe book. It's a combination of nuts, egg, butter or some other fat, butter's best, and honey. Tastes delicious. And you can eat it with a meat meal to make a nutty meat recipe. Some people will eat half of the nut formula with a meat meal one day and the other half the next day. One day a week is usually a good thing to have that when you're starting off on the diet. For the first 5 or 6 years, have the nut formula once a week. It'll help keep you sane. So that's a good place for nuts. Not something to build good tissue or muscle. Coconut fiber with its 15% protein will also help stabilize the body and relax the nervous system, but it won't allow you to gain excess weight unless you're one of the tribes people who's been doing that for a long time. They've got incredible muscles from eating the fish, but they always eat their coconut with the fish too to get enough fats with it. So the body doesn't turn all those fats from the fish into fuel, fat fuel. So it aids the nervous system, aids the muscles. So the more muscles they put on, the more fat they can retain. Now in all of my travels and everything, I thought, when I eat fish, I'm hungry so quickly. I can eat 3 pounds of fish a day, and that'll keep me from that'll satisfy me. Anything under 3 pounds of fish a day without coconut, and I am famished. Red meat I can eat, and I can go 24 hours without eating red meat, and I'm pretty satisfied. But when it comes to fish, my body just sucks it up and eats it very rapidly. So I have to eat, lots of coconut when I eat fish to keep from getting too hungry. So theoretically, I came up with the fact that anybody who lives on fish is going to be a skinny race. So I talked about the first tribe that I found that lives on only raw fish and coconut and a little fruit, and they were all big and thick and strong and husky. Yet then I take a look at the Maasai. They live on all red meat and dairy, and they're all skinniest. They're the skinniest tribe in the world. Skinniest but tallest people, smartest people in the world. And then the other group that gets the credit for being the happiest, smartest, healthiest group in the world are the Eskimos. And I guess that's because all the fat that they eat. Tremendous amount of fat. But all 4 of them that I've got to experience have no disease. Not even dental caries. No cavities. Can you imagine that? I mean, can you even fantasize something like that? I had cavities very young. The first time I brushed my teeth, I can't remember, I was probably 8 years old. They finally got me to brush my teeth. After a year brushing my teeth, I had my first cavities. Well, there's fluoride in it. Crest, toothpaste. But fluoride is good for teeth. It stops tooth decay, we're told. So we're going to put in the water to make your teeth healthier. We're going to help your bones. Well, the tests that were done on fluoride, they manipulated the results. The reason that the people who had fluoride in their water had less cavities is because their teeth fell out. They had less teeth. They had less cavities because they had less teeth. That's not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. So you have to realize what industry is doing. Fluoride is a big byproduct of military industrial complex. They need to get rid of it because they have nowhere else to bury it, and they can't neutralize it. So they're putting it in up to 80% of the water, municipal waters in the United States are dumped fluoride into it. Just 20 years ago, it was 68%. And they're pushing hard. Military needs to get rid of their waste, just like the Kodak and Fuji industry. They need to get rid of their waste. Sell as vitamin E. Healthy product for vitamin E, right? Military, fluoride's great. You've got to put it in your water. You know how many cities rejected it? And the federal government came in and said, we're going to take your funds away. Take your road funds away. We're going to take everything away if you don't put that fluoride in the water. 50% of all the cities who rejected it ended up putting it in because of the money they wanted from the federal government. Money will make you sicker than anything else. I have lots of people who are multimillionaires. Fred Siegel, he's been on the diet now almost 8 years. When he came to me, he was married to a vegetarian woman who was skinny, hyperactive, out of this world crazy. He was skinny and like this, about 65, 66 years old. Looked like he was going to die any minute, really skinny. And one of his, he owns a big estate up there in Malibu, and I rent from him one of the houses on the estate. And I found that by a couple who were friends of somebody on the diet. I went to a party there, and that's how I got into that property, by being able to rent from him. And I'd met him a couple of times at health food shows. So I called him and said, you've got that house you've never rented, it's been there for 7 years. He's got a couple $100 million. So Fred Siegel Clothing Stores and Products. So he's got an empty house there, 2-bedroom, 2-story house sitting there. He doesn't care. So he said, sure, I'll rent it to you. So he remembered who I was. So I rented from him. 2 years, 3 years later, he kept seeing people come to me and see them go through changes. Martin Sheen, Mel Gibson, and people like that. So, and people he knew. Even Barbara Streisand's husband, what's his name? Can't remember. Anyway, so he went on the diet, changed his whole life, incredibly. Here he had all these multi-millions of dollars. He was an awful person. He yelled at everybody. He didn't have any patience. He came from the gutter, and he made all these hundreds of millions with a tough, strong... He was not nice to anybody. His employees, he was really nasty and rough to. He thinks he's a saint. He thought he was a saint. The only person he couldn't get bent out of whack was me. I say, yes, Fred. That's may be true, Fred, but it also may not be true, Fred. Because being a landlord, he was not a nice person. As soon as he got on the diet, his whole personality changed. Completely changed. His relationships with his wife changed. His relationship with his friends changed. He couldn't believe what had changed on a diet. So you can have all the money in the world and not have a friend in the world and not have good health. Unless you know what to buy and eat. Simple as that. Okay, so carbohydrates, we do need a little bit of carbohydrates, 5% in the citric acid cycle, to make sure that you're able to use fats as fuel. It also helps in digestion a little bit. So only 5% of the diet. So that's very little fruit. Sometimes you'll need more if you're in a heavy detoxification process and you need more alcohols to break down fats into solvents to dissolve things. Then maybe you need a little bit more. I'm to the point where I'm lucky if I eat a fruit every 2 to 3 days, as long as I have milk. If I don't have milk, I'll be eating a section of watermelon a day, which is very rare. This was the first time I was eating watermelon and didn't get bitten by mosquitoes. Mosquitoes for all these years, mosquitoes have not bitten me as long as I stay away from a lot of fruit, and especially watermelon. If I ate a piece of watermelon like this, I was eaten by mosquitoes that night. Maybe 4 or 5 only, but not like other people who would be covered with mosquito bites. But I would be eaten by mosquitoes. This last time, I was in the tropics for 2 months. I ate watermelon every day, but I didn't eat watermelon around the seeds. I only ate the tiny heart and then the white, all of the white of the rind, not the very green, and then the portion going up to the seeds. Because I had an intuition that there was some kind of element around the seeds that fed the mosquitoes that they liked in the blood. So I was eating a huge piece of watermelon, for me a huge piece, not any big deal for anybody else, but for me that's a lot of fruit. So I wasn't getting a lot of milk. And I didn't get one mosquito bite. One started to bite me while I was in the swamps, and she went in and pulled her right back out and flew away. She didn't sit there and bite around. She got a taste and said, I don't want this blood. Just pretty terrific. You know, all the natives are getting bit like crazy because they live on rice or corn. Except for those natives who lived on the raw foods. Oh, the mosquitoes love sugar blood. That's why they like herbivores. Lots of cellulose. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we can use a little bit of carbohydrate to fuel the body. If the nut formula doesn't work for you after trying it for a few weeks, doesn't relax and calm you, then you may have to eat a little bit of cooked rice, steamed rice, with lots of raw butter and a tiny bit of honey with it. As a, maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks, once a month, something like that, until you're a little bit more balanced. But usually the nut formula will do it. So carbohydrate's not big on the diet, especially if you have raw milk. There's enough carbohydrates in the milk, too. So a little bit of fruit. Half of that fruit was my fruit yesterday. This will be the other half. I'll eat the other half, and that's my fruit for the day. And that's a lot. Sometimes I'll only eat it every day. Okay, we're going to go into the times of the day after I talk about salt and food combinations. Salt is like water. It will dilute and dissolve and fractionate the substances that your body feeds on. In the intestinal tract and blood, your body breaks down elements to digest. It puts them together in little smorgasbords. So let's say a pinhead is this big, and this smorgasbord is this big relative to size. And this smorgasbord of food has 97 to 117 nutrients in it. Vitamin A, E, D, proteins, all 22, different measures, different concentrations, maybe 5 to 10 molecules of calcium, maybe 7 to 10 of magnesium. Every element is this in the smorgasbord. Every time a cell goes to eat, it gets all of these nutrients. It gets a full balanced diet. When you drink water or you eat salt, it fractionates those. So every cell, when they eat, they're getting maybe 30, 37, 50 maximum nutrients in that smorgasbord because they've been split apart, broken. So every cell, every time it eats, is not getting a full balanced diet. If the cell doesn't, your whole body isn't. So is your body going to function well? No, it's not going to function well. Because if the cells are deficient, they run the body and the nervous system, you're not going to operate so well. It's like putting water in your gas. What's going to happen? It's going to sputter, it's going to malfunction, it's going to have energy at one moment when there's no water diluting it, and then once the water gets in, it's going to sputter and you're going to lose energy. Same way in the human body. Not only that, when sodium molecules clump together and they cause these fractionations of the smorgasbords to feed cells, they clump together. So the magnetism is greater outside the cell. Each cell eats by ionic attraction. So you have maybe 1 to 2 ionic cells inside each cell, and when it's hungry, it opens and it attracts it magnetically from the bloodstream, and it eats. If this ionic congestion here is too great to get inside, it pounds on the cell and will magnetically pull the ions out of the cell. Cell can never ever eat again. So the cell will shrivel like a grape to a raisin. Die. 2 little bitty grains of cells will kill 2 million red blood cells. It's not many red blood cells because you can fit probably 6,000 to 10,000 red blood cells on a pinhead. But if you shake your salt on there, you're killing 1 billion red blood cells a day. Do you know how much time that takes to breed them? You have to breed them in your bone marrow. Your red and white blood cells breed in your bone marrow. They're having offspring. They mature there, then they get into the blood. If your bone marrow isn't so good, sometimes the body will send red and white blood cells to the spleen and use it as a maturation place, a way station. And then you've got more complexity and more problems. But normally, in a healthy person, the red and white blood cells mature in the bone marrow, breed and mature in the bone marrow, and then enter the bloodstream once they're mature. If you're toxic, what happens? Put salt in it, what happens? You're going to have cells, a lack of cells. Spleen's going to be overworked, dumping and taking in red cells and white cells. And also the bone marrow is going to be overworked. Cells are going to get into the blood immature because there's not enough cells to do their work. Then what happens? You don't get enough oxygen to the body. The white cells are not mature enough to do their work. Energy level goes down. Chronic fatigue happens. It is all very simple, people. You feed yourselves good food. Salt is not one of them. Water is not another. If you're going to drink water, and you do need some solvent activity in the body because we're so toxic, but half a cup a day if you're not an athlete, cup a day if you're an athlete, and you shouldn't be drinking more than a tablespoon at a time.
My friend has a heart problem, and I told her about the diet. She started using eggs, meat, dairy products, and she told me that her level of cholesterol increased. So I wanted to know, is this bad thing, or this is normal, or?
Let me tell you, if the pharmaceutical industry wants to make money, they will create their measurement of cholesterol and say, if you go over this cholesterol, you need to take this medication. So it's a fabricated thing. Cholesterol is proved to not cause any problems ever. That's just a way of pharmaceutical and medical profession manipulate people into medications. It's been shown that high cholesterol levels are very beneficial. I have one Hall of Fame athlete, basketball player, who stays at 672. Between 672 and 675. And when it's low, he doesn't do well. I had a gymnast, champion Olympic gymnast, 25 years old. If she didn't keep her cholesterol level at 376, she couldn't work out. Each person has a different cholesterol level. If you go on this diet, you've got a lot of cholesterols formed from cooked foods, not stable cholesterols. Those are your bad cholesterols, okay? When you start on this diet or eating good foods, you're going to start removing those old toxic cholesterols. Guess where your cholesterol level is going to be? You're going to have the good cholesterols that you're eating and making new, and then you're going to have the old ones the body's trying to get rid of. So you're going to have a very high cholesterol level. That's a good thing. Symptoms of bad cholesterol level would be the inability to breathe and the inability to walk upstairs if you don't have a heart problem. Then your cholesterol's off for you. Can't walk up the stairs and you can't breathe. You've got a cholesterol problem. I don't know anybody that has that. And I know people who have cholesterol off the roof. I have a high cholesterol. My cholesterol used to stay about 280 to 380. Now it stays about 197 to 207. Do I look like I have a cholesterol problem? No. Again, that's garbage where they're trying to get you to take medication. Drugs. It's a drug company. They make money on drugs. They're going to create any kind of a level they can to get the doctors to say, oh, see, I'm the authority on health, which they aren't, and you need to take this medication because you've got this range of cholesterol. Well, what does that range of cholesterol mean? It means that you could develop heart disease, arteriosclerosis, you could get diabetes, you can have all kinds of problems. Yeah, show me where. Show me where it says that. It doesn't. There was a test that came out a few years ago, or was it last year, that showed out of 48,000 people who had high cholesterol almost had no heart attacks. The people who averaged 121 on a systolic rate had all the heart attacks. So the high blood pressure kept heart attacks away, and the low blood pressure had all the heart attacks. Do you think that in research got much press? Nope. So you have to forget any measurement from the pharmaceutical industry. You look for symptoms.
I'm one of those people who have trouble staying on the diet 100%. And it would help me a lot if you could maybe go through your typical morning preparation, tips and tricks, what things you have to worry about keeping refrigerated, what things you don't have to worry about.
Well, like I say, the only thing, when I'm making my food in the morning, the only thing I keep refrigerated is the juice. That's it. But I'll start off and I'll make the food throughout the day just like I'm going to eat it in the order. I'll make it in the order. Except that when I make my first meat meal, I'll also make my second meat meal at the same time, so they're both done. And I'll put it in a jar, and sometimes I'll put it in the refrigerator for, the time that I'm making the rest of the food. Most of the time I don't. I just leave it out.
Do you need to close a jar, or do you leave it open?
It all depends upon you. Yeah. I don't. I screw it, but not tightly, and usually I do not refrigerate it. I put it in the cupboard below.
Say you make a milkshake with an egg in it. You don't care if that sits out 24 hours? Or?
Not at all. No. In fact, any time it has an egg in it, I don't refrigerate it. So it's made, and that goes into the cupboard below the sink, where it's cooler, but not cold. And so I'll make just an order. So my juice is already made, unless I'm making the juice that day. Then, of course, the juice will be made first, and then my preparation time is stretched to almost an hour and 45 minutes. So every 4 days it's that. Otherwise, I'm so fast at it now that my preparation time for the whole day's food is 45 to 50 minutes. So I make my meats, my 2 meat meals are done, 15 minutes. Milkshake is so fast I can do that in 7 minutes. Right? Then I make my fruit meal. That'll take me a little bit more time because I have to mix coconut cream. I have to take the coconut cream out, take the raw cream out, also grate some cheese in it, and then my fruit, pick the fruit that I'll have, and then either dice that or blend it all together. So that takes about 10 minutes. That's my fruit meal. Then
can you juice or chop up fruit and leave it sit all day? I mean, I used to be a vegetarian, so I'm coming from the angle that you can't leave anything sit more than 15 minutes and you want to eat it right away. Does it matter?
Well, it depends on what you do with it. You know, just remember, anything's going to start bacterial fermentation, which means it's going to digest better. So even if food is left out, it's going to be better for you. If you blend it and let it sit open, it's going to oxidize because you've already ruptured the process. That's going to be a little different. So when you blended something, you want to close it. If you slice something, it may get it's a little fermented by the time you get to it, unless you chill it, put a lid on it. But when I make something, I pour the cream or blend it in, you know, the coconut cream, the dairy cream, sometimes a little butter, all with it. Yeah. Okay, there's another question here.
You mentioned about clay. Can you tell more about clay?
Well, clay, as I said, is like cheese when you don't have honey with cheese. I didn't say that, did I? When you eat honey with cheese, it adds the enzymes to digest the cheese. So it's a great mineral supplement. And you only use a tiny amount of honey to a larger amount of cheese. So let's say you have 1 to 1.5 tablespoons of cheese, you would use about a half a teaspoon of honey. Only. Small amount of honey. And that'll allow you, and if you want to do that as a mineral supplement, you have osteoporosis or dental problems, have that about 30 minutes after your meat meal. After each meat meal. And that'll restore lots of minerals in the body. It's a mineral supplement. Even if you ate cheese with clay, you're not going to digest those minerals. You have to feed minerals to a plant to eat and then juice the plant to get the minerals properly. However, the clay will act like the cheese that has no honey. It will draw poisons out of those 3 circulatory systems and pass out the bowels. So you reserve your minerals in your food to build and stabilize the body. So it's a benefit of clay.
Is there a good time to have it?
Well, I think it's always good in either milk or vegetable juice. And like I say in the book, when you have clay, it should be moist. Clay is the only substance on this planet that shape-shifts. It'll create bacteria, it'll create parasites, it can create any kind of microbial substance, form, creature that can evolve. You know, even the Bible says we came from clay, dust to dust, but they always talk about clay as the main thing. We are clay. And I think that was just in reference to many things are born of clay. And it's a remarkable substance when it's not from molten lava. Nothing grows from molten lava because there's so many toxic metals in it. But in clay like Terramin clay, T-E-R-R-A-M-I-N, which is mined from an old aqua hot spring in the California desert out near the Mojave. they mine it where the temperature never got over 98, 99 degrees, which is the temperature which phosphorus is cauterized. That's how they tell whether something's been properly pasteurized. If the phosphorus is solidified, is cauterized, and they can look at the form and shape of it. So they look at the phosphorus because they have such a high labial range, such a low level of temperature, they will alter it and render it inactive. Phosphorus. So that's a clay that I highly recommend. Recommend that you soak it in water until it's a soft, like fresh plaster of Paris, and let it sit for a few days to get active. And then use like a tablespoon of that with some milk. If you don't like that grainy taste in your milk or in your juice, then just put it in your mouth and wash it down with the milk or vegetable juice.
Do you need to refrigerate it after it sits for a few days or not?
No, you never want to refrigerate clay. You want to keep it in a dark cupboard so that the fungus and molds can grow, which little they will. There we are, popping up a hand.
What do you think about very high platelet counts, like 500 and above? What's that related to?
I never worry about levels. Whatever the pharmaceutical industry tells me is good, I know they're bad. Okay? I have a person who was diagnosed with terminal leukemia. This is a man who was a marathon runner. He runs 7 miles a day, except a few weeks before a marathon, then he'd run 7 in the morning and 7 in the evening. He had 4 doctorates, and he was a businessman. Very bright guy, spoke 5 languages fluently, advanced. Never had any symptoms, but his white count was sky high and his red count was way down below a child's level for a man. And I said, you don't have leukemia unless you have symptoms of leukemia, which means you can't crawl out of bed. You can't breathe. You can't do anything. That's leukemia. And you can't move and your bones are aching. That's leukemia. If you can run 2 steps, you don't have leukemia. He'd run 7 miles a day. So he went on the diet and stayed on the diet. His blood count does not change except for the white blood count goes sky high, comes down just a tiny bit sky high. Red blood plates level stays very low. All depends upon the person. That's his system. You look for symptoms. If he is turning white, if you can't get out of bed, if you can't get off of a chair, if you can't breathe, if you're aching, if you get sore and cuts very easily and you don't heal, you've got leukemia. That's the only reason. Forget the pharmaceuticals measurements always and forever.
It's cheaper that way, not to measure.
Stay away from them. Don't get tests.
You think red and white meat at the same meal?
Absolutely. Red and white meat together always create a better equilibrium. A lot of people who are hyperactive and eat red meat will become anxious and irritable. And the difference between anxious and irritable, usually people who produce a lot of adrenaline or have old adrenaline that they're detoxifying need to exercise every day a certain amount. You can tell that by the number of what they call stress rings. I call them activity rings because that's what they are. You produce so many hormones in a day for physical activity. If you have 7 to 14, you're an athlete. You better have a physically active job. You better be an athlete, or you better be digging ditches, or you better be a massage therapist who works 8-10 hours a day. That's what you have to do. If you're in anxiety, you're not exercising enough. If you're exercising that much and still have anxiety, then you better eat nut formulas or some cooked starch with some raw butter to get rid of excess hormones. If you're in depression, that has nothing to do with your psychology. That has to do with a low bacteria level in the colon. You don't have enough E. coli and other bacteria to break down and feed the brain and nervous system. That's why, like I said in my recipe book, you eat manure, you get high. You eat high meat, which is pre-digested, like the bacteria does in the intestines, and you get happy 10, 20 minutes. If it is so damaging and it is so deeply embedded as a disease, no food would react on you that quickly. I've had people taking 27 medications a day for psychotropic medications. Put them on the high meat and they were different people, completely. I have one fellow who was probably the most cynical, depressed, dispirited, anxiety-stricken person I'd ever met. And so antisocial, he became a landscape artist so he didn't have to deal with people. And he got on with a big, estate so he wouldn't even have to deal with those people too much. So he didn't have to deal with different clients. So he was on and off the diet for about a year and a half, and I said, listen, calls himself Tarzan, because he cuts trees and stuff like that. So he's a bear of a guy. And I said, Tarzan, I said, you really want to get happy, you got to eat the high meat. You got to at least try it. So he said, okay. Changed his life. He will not eat fresh meat anymore. He eats 2 to 3 pounds of high meat a day. Stinkiest stuff in the world. He's got 2 refrigerators outside of his trailer. And then the last time I saw him 2 years ago, he said, I want you to know I've got 3 girlfriends here. This is the guy who was antisocial, and all of a sudden he's got 3 girlfriends at one time. How do you accomplish that without them killing you and each other? When he started eating the high meat, it changed his personality incredibly. He became the most charming, funny. He's only about a 6 in looks, but he's like a 10 in personality or 15 in personality. And all 3 of those girls were 10 or above. And they all accepted him as dating each one of them, and they all liked each other. That's finesse. So that's what high meat can do for you. And he doesn't eat any fresh meat. When he eats fresh meat, it brings him down. And he's not hyperactive, he's not manic. He's just jovial and funny. And his mind works so well and clear. I mean, how he comes up with some of this stuff is amazing. He's a genius with it.
So when people on the diet they want
sleep
to raise the level of energy, during work or sometime during the day, what is your recommendation to take something instead of coffee and all the things that we don't want?
What you have to do is eat protein all day long in small amounts. There was one time when I was only getting an hour and a half sleep a day for 22 days. I was suing the city of Los Angeles and the police department for their activities on Venice Beach, especially arresting me without probable cause. So, because I was out there, there were runaways on Venice Beach who were out there doing hair wraps and doing music and stuff like that, and the police would run them off, so the only thing they could do, a lot of them were runaways because they were abused sexually and whatever. So they were out there just trying to live and be happy. And the cops are running them off, and the only thing they could do is, once you've prevented them from being an artist, is drugs and sex. So you're turning them into drug dealers and prostitutes to make money. So there were a group of us, famous political activist Jerry Rubin and I, and 2 others, got a legal team together to work against the police department. So anytime we found a policeman hassling a juvenile, a runaway, we went up and gave them a card for one of the attorneys, and said, "This officer is breaking your freedom of choice and rights. You are not creating a criminal act here by what you're doing. If he tickets you, or if he threatens you, if he harasses you, you call this attorney." Police hated us, all 5 of us. So after 5.5 years of that, they arrested all 5 of us the same week. Because I was the worst instigator. I mean, I went around looking for the cops to do it. The other 4 guys, just when they spotted a policeman doing it, then they would act on it. But I searched for cops to do it. So I was really causing them a lot of stuff. So when they arrested them, they released them after 3 hours. They held me 3 days. Interesting, they let me have my food. In the jail, glass jars and everything. So they were screwing with me just to show everybody else on the beach, you don't screw with the police. So I took them to court for arresting me without probable cause and for kidnapping me. So I was the first person to ever get the city of Los Angeles and the police department in federal court, and I'm not an attorney. It took me 5 years to get him into court from that date. That was 1995. It was 2000 when we finally got into court, and I had written legal papers 2 stacks this high. So I learned how to be an attorney fast and hard. And I wrote sometimes 220-page briefs. Can't call them a brief at that point. But I had those cops and the police department and detectives all on the west side afraid for their freedom and money, because it was going to come out of their pockets. But what they did was they juggled the jury. When the jury went out, they put a non-juror in who worked for the police department for 10 years and got the whole jury confused and mixed up. 3 of the jurors waited for me after it was all over and said, "We had no idea that she was snowing us over." And I had 28 reasons of mistrial, and the courts wouldn't even hear any of it. The appellate, all the way up to the Supreme Court, they wouldn't hear it because they're protecting themselves, the whole thing. However, I had to go 22 days in court on my feet, questioning officers, detectives, all of the people who were involved, and I had 22 of them, 22 days. My whole case lasted 19. The defense lasted 1.5 days. But I was only able to sleep an hour and a half a day because I had to prepare. I had notes and everything this high. So I had to prepare every day the night before, from the time court was over to the next morning. So I was sleeping 10 minutes at a time, even during the court. Sometimes the judge would say, "Hello? Are you here?" I was asleep right there. But I got all my food in. I told them I had been diagnosed with diabetes. I had to have my food on the counter. Because you're not allowed to have food in a courtroom. But I got it in. Because they don't want to screw with diabetes, So
You ate meat all the time?
I either ate an egg, half a cup of milk, or probably a half a cup of meat at a time every 2 hours. Not enough to allow myself to get satiated and relaxed, and always enough to keep me charged and going. And I stayed away from fruit. Meat, eggs, and dairy. And never more than a half a cup of dairy, because that'll relax you and put to sleep quickly.
So this is the stuff to raise
the energy level, yeah. But most of the time, if you're on this diet 100% and you've got a low energy level, your body needs to rest, sleep. But if you have to push it, that's what to push it. Sometimes that is not enough for some people who are very debilitated. So my coffee substitute in the book is a power charger. Not to be done every day and for very long, but much as need be. in emergency situations. Any other questions? Yes?
When you buy meat, how long it's good to use?
I've had it up to a year and 3 months.
So can you tell more about it?
Well, if you saw my episode on Ripley's Believe It or Not, July 17th, 2002, it's the most aired episode they ever made. When I was there in Philippines in November, I turned it on, there I was. When I was in Paris, turned it on, I spoke perfect French. They had dubbed me in French, and there I was. And what I did there was I had jars of glands and organs and all kinds of meats, had a whole refrigerator full of it. So I've had meat anywhere from the least 3 months old to a year and 3 months old. And there were parasites, there were fungus, all of this. And they showed all of it. The poor cameraman was puking all over the place. Poor guy. So I had to get cotton balls with clove oil to stop him from vomiting. Because he had to get in there. Of course, he used a telescopic lens, but still, he's this far away from the food, and it just reeked. So it doesn't matter. Meat can be as old as old. When it's dry and like jerky, you can't digest it. Just like cheese, you can't digest it unless you have honey with it. But any hardened meat is not going to be digestible.
So basically, don't have to throw out, right?
That's right. You just get to eat a lot of high meat, or share it with the coyotes.
What was it? What's the oldest meat that ever got eaten? I think it was from a woolly mammoth, about 2,000 years old.
Yeah, something like that.
They
Yeah.
ate it.
Yeah, but it was frozen for.
Yeah, but still, 2,000 years.
Yeah.
That's a good long time.
Yes, it is. Yeah. But frozen meat's not good. In my animal experiments, feeding them frozen meats gave them all skin disorders. The same meat unfrozen gave no ill symptoms at all. And then to test, because there's some people like Sally Fallon says, oh, you can freeze butter, you can freeze meat, and there's no problem. And there's another person who did tests and found that wasn't true, and I did tests and proved it, that those animals got skin disorders from it, every one of them who ate it frozen, 14, got skin disorders. Then she's a big proponent, says freeze butter and stuff like that. I say, no, it damages it also. So what I did was I took those 14 animals that had skin disorders, and I fed half of them fresh butter, unfrozen, the other the frozen raw butter. Those that ate the frozen butter took 5 times longer to heal than the fresh butter. Freezing is a problem.
Can you tell in the store which meat is frozen and which is fresh?
Pardon?
If you look in the store,
I can tell.
you can tell.
I can tell. It's mushy.
Or it's the texture.
Yeah. If you go to an Italian restaurant and ask for carpaccio, it's always frozen meat so they can slice it very thin. If you get a taste of that and you get familiar with that taste, just eat it one time, you'll know what frozen meat tastes like. And you also know what it looks like.